Good morning and welcome to our Cockburn International Kartway for Tiger Kart Club's edition for 2021 of the 2021 Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. We are set for a fantastic weekend here. My name is Chris Mitchell, and most of you would know me already here, broadcasting live on 4-Star Media's assets, brought to you by Tiger Kart Club this weekend. We're in Cockburn for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles, and set for a phenomenal weekend of karting action here. We're set for a big one as we're rolling through the back end of qualifying right now, looking out to the east from the main timing tower here in Cockburn. As your KZ2s roll around the circuit, we'll check in on what is going to be the format for today here. This is your race order. We are currently in KZ2, right at the bottom of the list for their 6-minute qualifying session, as this serves as the final round for the West Australian KZ Series here in Cockburn this weekend. A narrow points margin separating your top few drivers in that championship. And we'll take a look at the heat race format ticking over. This is the race format for the regular classes this weekend. 8 laps for the first 2 races of the weekend. 10 laps for the third heat. And then the 15-lap dead man final. Winner of the final will be the winner overall, taking away some prize money and a custom-made X30 City of Perth Titles racing suit. That is for all classes with the exception of KZ2. They run a longer format, 10 laps for the heat races, 15 for the third heat, and then their 20-lap feature. All their races count towards the championship, so that championship is well and truly still alive this weekend here in Cockburn for the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. Checking in on qualifying so far, Damon Papa Sergio on top at the moment here with a 46.714. We'll pick up with the 50 out on track here, the 50, or there should be the 58, I should say, of Richard Howe making his way around in the Swiss Hutless machine. Good to see Rick out here and racing this weekend. And his daughter Jess as well. Father and daughter team in KZ2. This is awesome. Always awesome to see the families getting amongst it, getting out there and having a play. As I see a couple of go-karts stranded off on the sidelines here. Richard making his way around the track at the moment. Richard currently sitting in 25th in order. We have 28 drivers on your entry list for KZ2. KZ2 brought to you this weekend by Supercool Air Conditioning. Supercool Air Conditioning operating all over the Perth metro area with their showroom down in Bibra Lake. For over 20 years, they've built their excellent reputation amongst the Perth public based on the high quality of the products and their exceptional service. Supercool Air Conditioning understands that quality is of utmost importance when it comes to your heating and air conditioning needs, and that's why they are the people to call. That's Supercool Air Conditioning. Bringing you KZ2 this weekend, and check out the action on the in-grid as they're already calling it a day here. There's still 1 minute and 30 left in the qualifying session, but a lot of drivers already calling it a day as they've gotten the most out of those MG yellow tyres underneath them and deciding that that is enough for their session. Damon Papa Sergio on top in qualifying, a 46.714 for him. Jaden Pearce, who currently sits 4th in the championship, he goes 2nd. A fair bit of pace on the Praga kart for him. Jaden with a 46.738. Then Simon Gwilliam in the 3rd spot with a 46.791. Caleb Sumich in P4 with a 46.805. Luca Nietzsche in P5 with a 46.824. Nick Minnick currently 3rd in the championship, a 46.864. Down in 6th, your championship leader Sam Dicker on a 46.9. Down in P7, multi-time KZ Series champion Dan Curry down in the 8th spot. And Mr. Sparksy sends himself, Tommy Sparks, down in P9 on a 46.934. Jake Claridge, your current 2nd place driver in the championship, chasing that lead, currently sits P10 on a 46.970. There is 2.5 tenths of a second covering your top 10 drivers in qualifying for KZ2. That is uber tight in a 28 kart field here. Riley Traeger in 11 from Bailey Mickler in 12. Ryan Bender in 13. Gianluca Oriema making a step into KZ2 this weekend. He's in the 14th spot from Scott Mackay in P15. Then Josh Merritt, Paul Pedrotti, Daniel Sugar, Courtney Goff, Melinda Sully, Reese Friend, Nathan Jack, Ethan Potter, Jess and Richard Howe, Mason Harvey rounding out your 26 drivers. And I got nothing from Stephen Scoble and Hayden Patrizzi. So they are both going to be forced all the way to the back of the pack following their qualifying efforts here in KZ2. Brought to you by Supercool Air Conditioning. But $100 going to Damon Papa Sergio. In the 77 machine, Papa Sergio throws down a 46.714 to take the top spot by 24 thousandths of a second. That is a wrap on qualifying. Here at Cockburn International Kartway, Damon Papa Sergio taking the top spot in KZ2 will be set for Heat 1. In just a moment's time, we'll get out on track with KA3 Senior combined, brought to you by T&N Sheet Metal. And just like that, we are rolling out on track and getting ready to go racing. KA3 Senior, brought to you by T&N Sheet Metal. Coming out on track and getting ready to go racing here. T&N Sheet Metal have always been proud supporters of West Australian karting. Since 1989, T&N Sheet Metal is a trusted fabricator offering high-quality services to a wide variety of businesses and domestic customers throughout the Perth region. Locally owned and operated family business with over 20 years of experience, priding themselves in providing quality made-to-measure products with quick turnaround times to ensure you get the best value for money. That's T&N Sheet Metal, proudly bringing you the KA3 Senior ranks this weekend. Your fastest qualifier from this morning's session, Kevin Norman, throwing down that hot time in the Will Power Kart. For this morning's session, he's going to line up in the flat-out colours on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, it looks like will be Bree Rhodes in only her third appearance in the senior ranks of karting. In 2021, after stepping out of her final juniors race, was the KA2 feature at the club day here at Cockburn International Kartway a couple of months ago. Took her debut maiden win at Hurricane Go-Kart Club at the King of the Hill just a week later in KA3 Senior in the rain. And now she gets to line up on the front row of the grid in front of Zach Needham and Joshua Byrne on the second row. Mason Fraser and Aiden Deckers on row 3. Michael Jones and Robert West on row 4 from Julio Salvador and Joel Wheeler on row 5 over Trent Mann and Memphis Knowles. From Bailey Reynolds, Stephen Simon May and Lucas Gaelic with Callum Milligan. Rounding out your starting order as they hit the main straightaway. And it looks like we are away and racing here for KA3 Senior. Into turn 1, Kevin Norman breaking away already here. It looks like Needham trying to fight his way around the outside, a canteen turn. And he gets fed one over the curbing and rejoins back there in the 4th spot. Breezer up into P2 here. Joshua Byrne in the 3rd spot as they come through the front sweeper on the opening lap of racing. Look at the gap that Kev Dog has built himself over the field already, opening things right up as they climb the hill into the middle sweeper. Now Breezer has stepped up to the plate in the number 27 Cosmic Kart, 20 Cosmic Kart, and dragging a bit of a gap over Byrne on this opening lap of racing. It's a short, sharp heat race. Only 8 laps on the board for these opening heats of the weekend here. And Zach Needham back there in the 4th spot, the multi-time winner here at the City of Perth Titles here at Cockburn. He loves this place and will always turn it on in the final races of the weekend. Now Josh Byrne giving a hassle to Bree Rhodes here past the canteen corner for the 2nd time here. You can see Byrne closing the gap. He's going to have a little peek up the inside, but Bree will cover him off and park her left rear tyre on the inside of the corner. Spotto on the fluoro yellow boots on Josh Byrne at the moment, rocking his way through the front sweeper, trying to put the pressure on Bree. Now that's slowed him up, and that's brought Zach Needham back into the fight. Working our way around on the 3rd lap of racing. Kev Norman still out front from Rhodes, Byrne and Needham. Now even Stevens as they make their way through the middle sweeper. Bree having a good run to start things off here on the front row of the grid, but now she's playing a defensive game. It doesn't look like she has the outright pace of Norman, but that be said, she did set a purple lap last time across the line, 51.579 for Bree Rhodes. We'll see who's going to go faster this time around, and it's Joshua Byrne. Quickest of the top 4 last time across, a 51.146. Giving a hassle up to Bree. She caught a bit of the inside curb at turn 1. That downhill braking into turn 1 in anti-clockwise direction can be a misnomer here as Byrne trying to show a nose up the inside. And Bree just casually covers him off and holds on to that 2nd spot. They've got to be careful not to slow each other down or get caught up because Needham will be right on top of them and will snatch 2nd place quite swiftly here as Norman out front has a comfortable gap. He can rest easy at the moment. 0.7 of a second, the gap he has over Rhodes in 2nd. A big thank you for joining us live online for 4-Star Media's broadcast of the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles. Make sure if you're out there in the pits to share the link around. Spread the love and show the world how much fun we are having racing karts here this weekend for the City of Perth Titles. And of course, all of the live streaming brought to you by 4-Star Media. A big thank you to everyone involved in putting this together to have 4-Star Media here and broadcasting for us. Everyone loves a bit of the live stream action post-race. To spread the loves for the sponsors, for their drivers, their friends and family. And what's become a pretty common occurrence in West Australian karting. You got a big event, you live stream it to the masses. As Rhodes still under pressure from Byrne at the moment. Kevin Norman setting a hot lap of the race at 51.04. Now Byrne resetting it again. A 50.994, still trying to put the pressure on Rhodes. We'll take a look a little bit further back for a moment. Mason Fraser and Aiden Deckers They're currently running 5th and 6th on the road here. Michael Jones behind them. Jonesy, the elder statesman of the field here, running in P7 over Robert West in the 8th spot and Julio Salvador in P9. Joel Wheeler rounding out your 10. Robert West was over in South Australia, I think, last weekend. Went over for a run over in the S of A. It's good to see some of our West Australian karting contingent getting out and about and having a play at the bigger events that they can get to. It's still very difficult with the current climate of COVID-19 lockdowns and border closures and the likes, but we have had the luck and the blessing of being very much isolated from all of that here in Western Australia, regardless of your political views and what you think of our current Premier and the current situation here in WA. We've been lucky that we can keep going racing as we carry on this fight. This is Robert West and Julio Salvador fighting it out here. They're fighting it out for 8th and 9th on the road here as they come through the front sweeper. 2 laps to go last time across the line, so we're getting closer to a finish here at Cockburn International Kartway. West down towards that in-grid hairpin. Trying to hang on to this in one of his early races in the senior ranks here after stepping up. As we check out the GoPro, they come across the line. 1 lap to go on the final lap here for KA3 Senior. Kevin Norman leading the way now by 0.8 of a second. Here he is on screen, the 73 Willpower Kart for Flat Out Karts, bringing his way around the circuit on this final lap of racing. As Kevin, making his way around, was dominant in qualifying this morning, putting down the fastest lap over the field. This Willpower Kart, the incarnation from Kart Republic, proving to be a very popular chassis and working quite well in here in these Australian conditions. As Norman powers his way to the front of the field. 2 corners to go here. And the first heat of the weekend will be in the books. The checkered flag is out and waving. Kevin Norman picks up the win here in Heat 1 of KA3 Senior. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. Bree Rhodes in 2nd place from Joshua Byrne in 3rd. Zach Needham P4. And Mason Fraser running out your top 5 here over Aiden Deckers in 6th. And Michael Jones in 7th spot. Kevin Norman wrapping things up. Check out. Be wanting to play ball, unfortunately. But it is Kevin Norman on top, taking the win in Heat 1 by almost a second over Bree Rhodes in 2nd, Joshua Byrne 3rd. Followed by Needham, Fraser, Deckers, Jones, West, and Salvador. Joel Wheeler rounding out your top 10. Trent Mann in the 11th spot. Memphis Knowles in P12. From Simon May in 13, Bailey Reynolds Stevens in 14, and Callum Milligan rounding out your 15 drivers for KA3 Senior Championship. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal Heat 1 here at Cockburn International Kartway for the Discovery Parks City of Perth Titles. Sorry for the delay. We are back and running here. 125 restricted combined, brought to you by Lighting International. Lighting International, market leaders in residential lighting and importers and distributors of lighting solutions, proudly supporting both 125 restricted and 125 heavy this weekend here. And it's Thomas Boucher, your top qualifier from this morning's session. Picked himself up $100 for being the fastest man on track this weekend. He leads the way in this opening heat of the weekend over Cooper Cuts in that second spot. Daniel McMahon in third here, Cosimo Voza. And Brad Van Rompuy making a good step up here. Brad moving up to P5. I think he was 8th in qualifying. And it's good to see we have our timing tower working on our live stream, so you can head on over to the 4Style Media YouTube page and check on the live stream. We will be getting Facebook up and running hopefully soon and getting our live streaming going to Facebook land as well. But check out this battle here as there is a big send on Brad Van Rompuy up the inside. The 19 of Aaron Premius having a crack here at Brad. Brad fights back to the inside. The number 5, Arrow Machine. Good to see the Van Rompuy name back in Western Australian karting. Many moons ago, you would remember Greg Dicker and Greg Van Rompuy rocking around in over 40s class here in Western Australia. And that was an absolute kilotone. The guys would fight it out every weekend, even at club days, going racing here. And they took a step away. Life happens, things happen, and you can't quite get to the racetrack on a regular basis. And Brad growing up through the junior ranks for some years. Now they come back out, and both of them racing in the same class here in 125 Restricted. Brad Van Rompuy rang me about 6 months ago and said, hey, mate, what's a good kart class to go racing in? Because me and Dad are thinking of building a kart and sharing it between us. And about 6 months later, they're here racing with 2 go-karts and all the kit. And the bug has certainly bitten them back as they're racing it out in the same class against each other here in Tag 125 Restricted. But it's Tom Boucher out front, fastest lap of the race with a 51.605. This is a battle for second with Cooper Cuts and Daniel McMahon. Second and third right now. McMahon in the number 2 machine is all right in all white. Trying to put the pressure on young Cutsy, who seems to be getting quicker and quicker every time he shows up to the track here in Western Australian karting. The bright orange and chrome of the BRM branding. Running under the tent with Jason Priolo steering the team. And Cutsy holding on to second. Just nobody with pace to challenge Boucher at the moment. You can see Boucher's going to flash across your screen ahead of them on the road here. In the all black and yellow racing suit here with the flat black helmet. Boucher, a West Australian state champion, crowned a few weeks ago at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the 2021 edition of the WA Kart Championship. And a regular front runner in the 125 restricted ranks. Thomas leading things out. He's got a freaking stellar car collection, does Thomas. But he likes to put his effort into being quick on a kart track as he runs his way around the front sweeper at the moment. The X30 powered Arrow X5 from Drew Price Engineering. Down towards the Ingrid hairpin. It was 4 laps to go last time across for Thomas. Now finding himself leading things out well and truly. Down towards the front sweeper here. Cutsy trying to hang on to that second spot to start off his weekend in fine form. Just needs to find that extra 1/10.5, 2/10 of a second to challenge Boucher at the moment. Thomas putting down that hot lap, 51.385 after he took out the top qualifying spot in this morning's 6-minute session. Cutsy wants to really put the squeeze on here. But finding himself somewhat in a no-man's land situation. As we look out to the east, you see your leaders filter on past the timing tower here. 125 restricted combined. 20 drivers taken to the track this weekend. And we'll find some battles further behind. Check this out. Cosimo Voza, Brad Van Rompuy, Aaron Premius, and Peter Ten Brooker all glued together as they head past the canteen. Oh, Voza is wide. Van Rompuy fires one around the outside. Premius is on the outside trying to make it happen. He's going to round him up around the right-hander. Now Voza loses 2 spots in the Marinello cart and is under pressure from PTB, putting the squeeze on as they approach the middle sweeper. Ten Brooker trying to find his way around here in the 86 machine, down towards that in-grid hairpin. Geez, we picked that up in great time here to watch Voza lose 2 spots in one foul swoop, as it looks like Peter in the Rotax powered machine trying to put the pressure on. For those of you watching at home and playing along, you can tell the Rotax pretty easily. Look for the radiator that's not on the left-hand side. And this is the final lap. 1 to go here as Brad Van Rompuy trying to hang on to P4. It's going to be the best that he can hope for in this opening heat of the weekend. Not bad from, I'm pretty sure it was 8th on the grid in qualifying. A fair way off the pace of your race leaders though. But rocking his way around the circuit, as you can see your leaders are stretched right out across the track. We'll pick back up with Tom Boucher leading the way at the moment through the final couple of corners of the lap here. And Boucher going to bring it around and onto the main straightaway. For one final time, Tom Boucher will take the win here in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Restricted. Brought to you by Lighting International. Cooper Cuts home in second. Daniel McMahon in the 3rd spot here. Brad Van Rompuy from 8th on the grid to 4th at the line. A stellar drive from young Brad, moving his way up inside the top 5 over Aaron Premius in P5. Cosimo Voza in P6. From Peter Ten Brooker, Brock Durden, Nathan Lee, and Chantel Hall, your top 10. That's 125 Restricted, brought to you by Lighting International. Tag 125 Heavy out on track, brought to you once again by Lighting International. Here for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway. Big thank you to everyone joining us live online for 4 Star Media's broadcast of the racing this weekend here from Cockburn. We'll be bringing you all the action. I'll be joining you up until around about 1 o'clock, 1:30 this afternoon, before I'm going to hand over to the dulcet tones and a throwback to my childhood of karting. In commentary here in Western Australia, Brian Lecoq will be jumping on the mic for the afternoon session before we'll be back at it from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, rounding out the weekend with some finals and crowning some City of Perth champions here at Cockburn International Kartway. But it's the 125 Heavies on track in a depleted field of what we're used to seeing from these guys. Back down to 9 karts this weekend here at Cockburn International Kartway. Jason Betts finds himself on the pole spot here after setting the fastest qualifying time in the X30 powered Cosmic Kart from this morning's session. Betsy will line up alongside Brenton Magri on the front row, from Troy Stones Clark and Lloyd Billick on row 2, Taylor Thomas and Jaden Keyville on row 3. from Ben Harvey, Crispian Venema, and Kim Smith rounding out your order, as it looks like we are going racing and underway here. For Heat 1 of Tag 125 Heavy, Betsy is going to lead the field down into turn 1. Macri going to lose a spot here, as Troy Stones-Clark fires it into that second spot. As they climb past the canteen once again. Oh, big move from the hypercart. There goes Billick firing up the inside. From Elite Karts here in Western Australia, the newly forged hypercart brand, making appearances in the last few races at major events here in WA. Now Taylor Thomas wants to replicate that, but couldn't find a way up the inside of Brenton Macri. Billick can send another one up the inside of Troy Stones-Clark at the Ingrid hairpin. Somebody lit a fire under Lloyd's backside this morning. He couldn't quite turn it on in qualifying how he would have liked, but he's raced forward into second and eyeing off the rear bumper of the 77. The Cosmic Card of Betsy, as lap 1 is in the books here for Lighting International, bringing you Tag 125 Heavy. This is going to be a tidy little battle. I can feel it coming here. Billick closing the gap. Look how much speed he has climbing the hill here. He's got the motor to drive that big old hypercart up the hill past the canteen. And he's going to drag Troy Stones-Clark with him here. Betsy out front, Billick second from Clark in the third spot. Lloyd, though, trying to find his way up the inside. He's even got the matching helmet to match the colour scheme of the suit and the cart here. That's what you got to do when you're a brand ambassador for a new cart. You got to get your recognition on point. As they filter onto the main straight again. 2 down, 6 to go here. Still Jason Betts leading the way. Now Troy Stones-Clark finds himself the fastest on track, a 50.107 for Troy last time across the line. As it looks like Brenton Macri has finally woken up in these early stages. It looks like he had a very cold setup, or things were a little bit gaggled up to start the race. He dropped back very quickly, but now fighting back into the 4th spot and closing up onto the back of the fastest man on track right now. 50.107 for Troy Stones-Clark in 3rd. As we pick him up down the hill towards that Ingrid hairpin. Betsy hanging on to this one so far. 125 tag racing. So difficult to go racing early in the weekend, knowing that you have to look after these tyres. They run on the MG yellow-green, what do they call it? The MG FZ yellow-green prime tyre. If that isn't a mouthful, I don't know what is. But it is basically an uber soft tyre. And it means that you have to constantly think about tyre degradation. Even at a track like Cockburn International Kartway, well known for its tyre deg here. Not quite as bad as what Midwest Kart Club used to be up in Geraldton before the resurfacing killed off that problem for WA karters. But the degradation is quite heavy around here. Lots of hairpin turns, lots of long, continuous loading of the tyre around the long lap here at Cockburn International Kartway. 1,070 metres of anti-clockwise direction and the undulating hills here in Cockburn. It really means that it's hard to race. And once you get track position, you kind of just want to look after the tyres and stay there, even if it means not being able to pressure the cart in front of you. You just got to capitalise on mistakes. As we hit the halfway point, 4 down, 4 to go here for Tag 125 Heavy, brought to you by Lighting International. Running down the final few laps here at Cockburn International Kartway. Watching this battle here with Lloyd Billick, Troy Stones-Clark and Brenton Magri. Second, third and fourth on the road here as Jason Betts out front. Can't be caught at the moment. They work their way onto the main straight. 2 laps to go last time across. This is the final lap, and Magri has a look up the inside of Troy Stones-Clark. Downhill and under brakes, and they get together through turn 1, but Magri will hang on to that 3rd spot, getting him on the final lap here. It looks like Troy dropping back a little bit and will have to reside in 4th as they make their way around the final lap of racing here in Tag 125 Heavy. Brought to you by Lighting International. Market leaders in residential lighting, bringing the action here for not only 125 Heavy, but also in 125 Restricted combined. It's this man, Jason Betts, out front and leading the 77 Cosmic Kart for Flat Out Karts, making his way around the track as he hits the main straightaway. The checkered flag is out and waving. Betsy takes the win here in Heat 1 of 125 Heavy with the fast lap of the race as well, over Lloyd Billick in 2nd and Brenton Magri in 3rd for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles Heat 1 from Cockburn International Kartway. Back on track with KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources. Waste transfer station accepting builders and skip bin waste to be sorted on site, ready for collection and recycling. They will take anything from builders, skip bins, bobcat operators, landscapers, construction companies, councils and commercial industry, using their services to dispose of their waste generated during the construction and help divert waste from landfill. That's what Eco Resources is about, keeping waste out of landfill, and they're proud supporters of Western Australian karting on a regular basis as they bring you KA3 Junior this weekend here on track. Dylan Guest starting on the pole spot here from Sachin Smith Way in 2nd. Nash Ferraro will line up on the 2nd row of the grid from Chase Wildman alongside him. Going to see Chase skipping over KA4. Chase goes straight to the KA3 ranks, straight out of Cadet 12. And straight into a bigger go-kart. Good to see him in there and elbows out, mixing it with the field here. Cooper Lyle and Ashton Sprague on the 3rd row from Traeger and Mayolo, Sadler and McDonald, then Parham, Adams, Smith, Davey and Campbell as we go lights out racing. And it's going to be Dylan Guest fighting his way to turn 1, leading the field around. Sachin Smith way into 2nd here. Nash Ferraro 3rd and Chase the Wildman. Another Cadet 12 graduate joining Nash Ferraro, who was 2020 West Australian State Champ in the Cadet 12 ranks. Moving forward here as they chase him down. and up into the middle sweeper on this opening lap of racing. Special shout out to Mishko, the food vendors here at Cockburn International Kartway. To everyone here at the venue, they do have a pop-up stall situated right at Mega Fast Karts, right adjacent to the outgrid. They've got pies, sausage rolls, sandwiches and cold drinks as well available at a short walking distance, so you don't have to go trundling your way all the way down towards the canteen. So if you need a quick fix, just go see the fine ladies and gents at Mishko, and they'll get you hooked up with what you need here at Cockburn International Kartway. If you fancy something a little bit more substantial and want to go for a walk and situate yourself in the picturesque seating position up at the canteen, just take a walk around the outside of the circuit over to the canteen as we pick up the action in your top three. Dylan Guest, Sachin Smith-Way and Nash Ferraro now putting the pressure on the back of Sachin as they come down towards the Ingrid hairpin. Ferraro deep under brakes, closes that gap right up the number 16 BRM kart for the youngster from the southern region of Western Australia. The Pinjarra Bakery BRM kart putting the pressure on the back of Sachin. In the flat-out kart, Sam Dicker Motorsports and BevTech entry in second, but it's Dylan Guest out front, the number 50, with a hot lap of the race of 50.890. As we pick up this battle behind, it's Cooper Lyle and Chase Wildman. And Cooper just giving the signature old tap to the helmet, saying, use your brain, Chase. Let's go get him. And then he blows the next corner and brings Chase back into the fight here. Young Wildman, though, is running straight at this learning curve, head first on how to get it done in a bigger go-kart with more horsepower and a wider tyre. And I'm sure he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in coming years. This learning curve is going to be an interesting one, though, for young Chase. And Dad, good to see Jason at a track once again here. Seems to be the stars aligning for Jason, being trackside for some events this year here in 2021. Dylan Guest out front still, 50.4 last time across the line. Another new hot lap from young Dylan Guest out front in the KA3 Junior ranks, brought to you by Eco Resources. Sachin Smith-Way, second place at the moment. The 28 flat-out kart, Sam Dicker Motorsports and BevTech entry from the Pinjarra Bakery BRM kart of Nash. Trying to stay with him, but can't quite get close enough to capitalise when Sachin wants to make a mistake here or there. And they'll stay second and third at the moment. The gap behind to Cooper Lyle, now building up a bit of a gap over Chase Wildman behind him for fourth and fifth, with Toby Maiolo 6, Ethan Traeger in 7, Tyson Sadler in the 8 from Ashton Sprague, and Jet McDonnell 9th and 10th on the road over Jack Parham, Cade Davey, Mitch Campbell and Nicholas Smith. 14 of your 16, Zane Rhodes not showing any laps here, with Lockie Adams rounding out P15. So something's going awry for Zane here, as Ethan Traeger just dropping a wheel. Now he's going to get monstered by Toby Maiolo, who's under pressure. Oh, it's tight. And Sadler tries to go the hard way around Maiolo. How tiny is Maiolo in this go-kart? Young Toby Maiolo took out KA4 in the wet at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the King of the Hill. Makes a step into KA3. It's a Sarah kart stickered FA kart, the old school Fernando Alonso chassis. And trying to hang on to this spot, but this kart is absolutely laden with lead weight strapped to every available position to get that kart to meet the minimum weight here for young Toby. And as he drops down to the 7th spot behind Ethan Traeger now, as they come down the line, it's 3 laps to go. We're going to follow along with this one at the moment. Toby under a little bit of pressure from Tyson Sadler in the 36 machine from the GTS crew. It was a heartbreaking moment for the Sadler family, as Tyson, unfortunately, had his kart and a whole bunch of gear stolen from him. And a shout out to the GTS crew. Looks like they've got him hooked up in a kart to go racing this weekend. And Tyson is back out on track and duking it out with his mates as we go back to Ashton Sprague and Jet McDonnell fighting it out for 9th and 10th on track here in KA3 Junior, brought to you by Eco Resources. Big special shout out to Discovery Parks for bringing us the City of Perth titles this weekend here at Cockburn International Kartway as we follow along on the final lap of racing here for KA3 Junior. Brought to you by Eco Resources. It's going to be Dylan Guest making his way around and onto the main straightaway. We're going to pick him up once he crosses the line. Guesty takes P1 here in Heat 1 of KA3 Junior. Sachin Smith way home in second. Cooper Lyle in third from Nash Ferraro in fourth. And Chase Wildman rounding out your top five here. Heat 1 in the books. Hot lap of the race, 50.612 for Dylan Guest here. Sachin back there in second, hanging on to it. Cooper Lyle made his way up to third in the late stages of that one. Nash Ferraro getting dropped off to the fourth spot here over Chase the Wildman. Rounding out your top five in KA3 Junior Heat 1, brought to you by Eco Resources. Cadet 12's out on track and getting ready to go racing here. It's Cadet 12's brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Jake in the fight for the KZ title this weekend, knows what it takes to get it done in Western Australian karting. So if you're trying to find your way and need a little bit of help, make sure to hit Jake up and he'll be happy to take you under the wing and help bring you to the forefront of your racing class as we pick up your Cadet 12s. At the moment, it's the new West Australian State Champ, Chase Webb, starting on the pole spot here. The blue number 3 Flat Out Karts entry for West Coast Civil and Flat Out Karts on the pole spot. Alongside Ben Hall on the front row of the grid from Diago Stewart and Campbell Thompson on row 2. Graham Bernardi and Julian Barbas on row 3 over Michael White and Riley Curry on row 4. Jordan Klee and William Kalsick-Chen on row 5. From Xander Edgington and Orlando Ricciardello on row 6. As they bring the field down to turn 1, and I don't think we're racing just yet, so it's not quite a start. It was pretty scrappy hitting the main straightaway that time around, so they're not going to send them just yet here. We'll get to roll the field around once more here. As we said, Xander Edgington and Orlando Ricciardello, 11 and 12 on the grid from Ryder McKay and Zach Casagrande, 13 and 14. Lucas Kalsik-Chen and Xavier Pulitano rounding out your 16-kart grid. This is Cadet 12, the second step in the ranks as the youngsters kick off their careers in Cadet 9s at a very young age. Of course, you can kick off your karting career at any age and get involved. That's what the beauty of grassroots motorsports is. But these youngsters, many of them starting their careers in the Cadet 9 rank, some of them picking things up into Cadet 12s on debut here. It's all about matching up the age brackets. Shout out to everyone joining in the live stream on 4Star Media's YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the show. Shout out to Glenn Caldwell. Putting out a shout out to Chase Saxfield while Glenn watches off from Myrtle Beach in South Carolina, USA. Thanks for watching, Glenn. Geez, what time is it over there? 13 hours behind us. Yes, 13 hours behind us. For some parts in America, I'm sure you're at least 11 to 12 to 13 hours behind. So I hope you're enjoying the action, as it looks like we're going to go lights out and racing this time by in Cadet 12s, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. And it's Jace Webb getting a break on the field here. Young Diago trying to fight his way to second, but he's on the outside at the canteen corner. And Ben Hall goes back to that two-spot. Diago will slot into third. And it looks like Campbell Thompson in the fourth spot. There's been a spill behind. It looks like a couple of carts getting caught up there. Hopefully all A-OK and will resume on with their racing. But it's Chase Webb out front and leading the way here in Cadet 12s. A little peek over the shoulder to check on the progress of Ben Hall. Ben filling his spare time with some Gran Turismo action racing on the PlayStation consoles and enjoying himself with a fair bit of success in the online world of GT Sport. We're going to get him hooked up on iRacing and show him what the meaning of no grip really is when it comes to sim racing. And a shout out to those of our West Australian karting contingent who made their debuts in the opening of the Southern Cross Esports online series on Wednesday night. Gianni Lutsu taking the win. I think Mason Harvey was second in that one as well. Sam Nicker was in the field but found himself the victim of somebody else's bumper and caught up in the night's racing here, and what's going to be an interesting series to keep an eye on, running in the Porsche 911 RSR GTE cars in a fixed setup championship on Wednesday nights every few weeks here in Western Australia. I was due to make an appearance myself in the series, but I'm very time poor at the moment and decided it would be better to just watch and enjoy my weeknights so we can spend more time on the weekends having fun at go-kart tracks as Chase Webb leads the field down the line from Ben Hall in second. A 911 for Benjamin Hall that time by. Hot lap of the race here over Diago Stewart in the third spot. Campbell Thompson, P4. Graham Bernardi, P5. Over Riley Curry and Julian Barber, 6 and 7. Michael White and Orlando Ricciardello, 8 and 9. And William Kalsik-Chen rounding out your top 10. Webb leading the way at the moment. Managing that gap, 3.5 tenths of a second. We're still fighting this battle as they're getting the elbows out. Riley Curry and Julian Barbas coming to a pretty strong conversation about who wants to position more here. And Barbas deciding he was going to fire one up the inside at the middle sweeper. Give Riley a bit of the hip and shoulder to help him along his way. And that will elevate Julian up into the 6th spot as they come down the line. 3 laps down, 5 to go here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Checking in with your lead drivers here. Webb still out front from Hall in second. Can't quite manage to close that gap. It's out to 4.7 tenths of a second now. As young Chase has picked up the pace, but here's Campbell Thompson having a look up the inside of Diago Stewart, the 2 KF Kart teammates. Campbell in the old school, I think it's the Drew Price Engineering X5 platform of the KF Kart Cadet. You can tell by the blue chassis rails, and Diago still running a Tony Kart chassis underneath the KF colours. Whoa, both giving themselves a wave there and side by side through the final couple of corners, but Diago will lose out on the spot and will fall back behind into the 4th spot now. Campbell Thompson moving up into P3 as they come down the line. It's the halfway point. 4 down and 4 to go here in Cadet 12, Heat 1 of the weekend, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Running down those laps here. Chase Webb continuing to try and open up that gap and dominate the field here in Heat 1 of Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. Out front by 7.8 tenths of a second over Benjamin Hall in second. The kid's untouchable after he copped a massive confidence boost a couple of weeks ago at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the West Australian Kart Championship. Coming away with the blue plate, decides to shorten the number and go to be the number 3 West Coast Civil and Flat Out Karts entry as he makes his way around onto the main straightaway. 2 laps to go for Webb out front. Hall in second, Thompson third, Diago Stewart fourth, Graham Bernarde P5, and a relatively strung out field of Cadet 12s brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport here at Cockburn International Kartway. If you're joining us live online, thank you so much for watching. And a shout out to everyone out there in the pits as well. Make sure you jump onto the YouTube, share the live stream out to your friends and family so they can keep a track of your progress all weekend. We do also have live timing running on the MyLap Speed Hive service. You can get that on your computers if you want to jump online through your browser, or if you have the Speed Hive app on your mobile device for your phone or tablet, you can jump on and keep a track of the live timing and results as well. Please do note that they are provisional and may be adjusted manually following the race, following any post-race technical procedures or post-race issues with the stewards. Big shout out to the Karting Australia officials and volunteers and stewards, all giving up their free time, their Saturdays and Sundays, and a little bit of their sanity to join us this weekend to make sure we get to go racing. Without officials and volunteers, we don't have grassroots motorsport. So it's a big thing for them to make sure that we do thank them and show them the respect that they deserve. And a big shout out and a thank you on behalf of everyone here to all of the volunteers and officials giving up their free time this weekend to make sure we get to go racing as Chase Webb makes his way around the final lap here in Heat 1 of Cadet 12. Looking to convert his pole position performance this weekend in qualifying into a Heat 1 win here at Cockburn International Kartway. As he stretches out the gap, 1.1 seconds over Benjamin Hall back there in second. Webb dragging onto the main straightaway will be your Heat 1 winner here in Cadet 12. Benjamin Hall home in second. Campbell Thompson rags it down to the line in third. Diago Stewart in P4. And Graham Bernarde rounding out your top 5 here in Cadet 12, brought to you by Jake Claridge Motorsport. On track with X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurants, and Mega Fast Karts as they come out to play an X30 Light, a very special one this weekend because we have huge amounts of prize money up for grabs for this class here. There's $50 for the fastest lap in all 3 heat races, $100 for a race win in all 3 heat races, plus $600 to win the final tomorrow afternoon here at Cockburn International Kartway. As we get underway with the X30 Lights, it was Hugh Maguire, your fastest qualifier, starting from the pole spot. He's going to lead the field. Past the canteen for the first time here. Hayden Fraser into the second spot. Josh Healy dropping back to P3 here. And another juniors graduate, Jack Coolio into fourth spot. From Ash Morrissey in P5 as they bring it through the front sweeper on the opening lap of racing. Head up towards that middle sweeper. Your second through fifth positions glued together at the moment, but it looks like Hugh Maguire has a good lead out front as Healy sends it up the inside at the Ingrid hairpin. Gets one up on Hayden Fraser here. Now they're going to be careful not to slow each other down because that's booked up Keulo. And now Morrissey up the inside. That slows both of them down. These X30 engines, they are diabolical to race with in a pack. You lift off the throttle for a fraction of a second and you're going to be sent back through the field here, as is evident with the way these guys are racing right now. Gabriel Palanca, another graduate from the junior ranks here in 2021, making his presence felt in this field so far, the number 12 Eurotech Tony Kart machine. Good to see Gabe was A-OK after being tipped on his lid at Hurricane Go-Kart Club a few weeks ago at the state titles as he looks up the inside on Keulo, and Jacko says no can do for that one. And now up the inside, he's invited Simon Gwillim into the party. And Simon's going to go sending one up the inside. Mason Fraser will sneak one through as well. Now Gabriel Palanca firing back up the inside to counter. This is the kind of racing that X30 engines produce. It is just flat out, elbows out, take no prisoners. And hopefully you can stay pointing the right direction. And on all 4 wheels after 8 laps of racing in a heat race here in X30 Light. Brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Karts this weekend here, putting up some epic prize money up for grabs. And theoretically, you could walk away with $1,000 from X30 Light this weekend. If you were top qualifier, there's $100. If you win all 3 heats, that's another $300. If you win the final, that's $600. That's $1,000. If you set the fastest lap in 3 heats as well, that's $1,150 of prize money you could take away from just this class. Plus an Exoot racing suit for the win overall as well. So big prize money up for grabs here in X30 Light. It's cool to see something different being thrown at the WA karting contingent and seeing what they like. And it's awesome to see different race formats and different events coming in to spice things up here in Western Australian karting. They say variety is the spice of life and change is as good as a holiday. Well, we can't really go on holiday, so we may as well change things and give everything a bit more variety. As Hugh Maguire leads the way. Healy in second at the moment. Good to see Healy back in racing at the pointy end of WA karting after he was away from the seat for a little while, dealing with, from memory, it was a wrist injury that kept him out of the kart for some time. As Hayden Fraser finds himself in the third spot now. Ash Morrissey, P4, Jack Keulo rounding out the 5s. We are about to hit the halfway point. 4 down, 4 to go for Hugh Maguire, who checks over his shoulder as they head down the line. The digital quarter Tony Kart machine of Maguire. His old man Max will be on the sidelines cheering him on right now as they rocket their way around in X30 Light. Josh Healy, the fastest on track. And look at the jacking of the inside rear tyre from Hayden Fraser a moment ago, coming off that side straight. The short shoot past the canteen. The 26 machine well and truly set up to perfection here. The TNN sheet metal Arrow chassis. We'll see how much it lifts the inside tyre at the Ingrid hairpin. Not too bad actually on the entry. So just Fraser getting ultra aggressive on the turn in and carrying that inside rear tyre through the air on the way through the corner. The best way to get these karts to turn is to get them to act like a differential and carry that inside tyre up into the atmosphere. As Hugh Maguire resets a hot lap, that time by 48.716. The opening lap shenanigans seem to have settled down now as tag racing with the MG yellow tyre proves to be, time and time again, a frenetic race in the opening couple of laps to gain yourself track position and then settle into a race of conserving these uber soft tyres underneath the cart as we progress through. 2.5 laps left to go here in X30 Light, brought to you by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, and Mega Fast Carts. Making their way round the final lap here as things have turned relatively processional in the first 8-lap heat race of the weekend for the X30 Light category as we work our way into the second half of the classes in Heat 1 of racing for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles here at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Kartway. Hugh Maguire capping off the race, or the pole position in qualifying this morning. Holds the fastest lap. There's $50 and another $100 for a heat win for Hugh Maguire. In Heat 1 of X30 Light, Joshua Healy home in second, Hayden Fraser in third. So that's $250 to Hugh Maguire so far this weekend. Cadet 9's on track, getting ready to go racing for their first heat race of the weekend, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. Big thanks to the Orange Army and BRM Kart making their presence felt here in Western Australia and continuing to grow their team, with the ever-popular BRM chassis growing in popularity here in WA. It's Connor Mayer leading the way at the moment. Chase Saxfield fighting his way back to second in these opening couple of corners. Saxfield in the KF Kart branded Ricardo chassis, trying to fight his way forward here, see if he can get back into clean air in second and try and chase down Connor Mayer, the West Australian state champion, out front over Bo Casagrande in that third spot from Jake Kostecki in P4. With a reduced field of the Cadet 9s this weekend, it's a tidy field of just 8 on track here. And the pace difference across the field should show up to be relatively processional once we get these karts sorted out in their first few laps of racing here. We'll follow along at the moment. Casagrande v Kostecki for third and fourth on the road. Young Jay, the 58 Tony Kart machine, running alongside the Eurotech team, with Daryl Henderson helping things out here, and the Kostecki name showing up in West Australia once again here in WA karting. And I love to follow the progress of young Jay as he continues his the early days of his career here in WA karting. The youngest step on the ladder for WA karters is Cadet 9. And from memory, you can get a practice license at 6 now and go racing at 7. I throw my mind back to 21 years ago when I made my debut in what was called midgets. Back in the day, the mighty midgets. What is now Cadet 9 with the old Coma pull start engines that were tuned to sound like Mack trucks when they're pulling 9,000 RPM at the top end of the main straightaway, up against the clutchless and direct drive Yamaha KT100J engines with a 12mm restrictor in them as they made their way around. That was the go-to combination for the midgets or Cadet 9s, whatever you want to call them, back in the day. And I think I made my debut in racing at the age of 8 and proceeded through to rookies, which is Cadet 12s, and into Junior National, the equivalent of KA4 these days. Many great names have all started their karting careers and their motorsports careers right here in Cadet 9s. Of course, the number one we always go to, Daniel Ricciardo, of course, but many great names in Western Australian karting the last 50, 60 years have all made their start right here in these early categories, built for the younger drivers to be a suitable speed for their age, and they get out on track, they learn their craft, and they hone their skills. And even if they don't make it to the dizzying heights of Australian or international motorsport, they have fun and they build lifelong relationships and friendships with mates that they carry on all the way to their adult years, and they learn skills, not only in driving, but mechanical and setup skills and how to be good with your hands, but also life skills, like how to deal with crushing disappointment when things don't all go to plan, and how to be the bigger person on track. And this is what these classes are all about, and it's great to see the junior classes and the junior ranks still strong here in Western Australia as we continue on. We're a couple of laps down already. A good little fight going on with Bo Casagrande and Jay Kostecki, third and fourth on the road at the moment. Jay just sitting behind Bo, trying to find a way around, see if he can elevate himself up into the third spot. He looks to the inside, but Bo has a better run down the hill towards the in-grid hairpin. It looks like Jay is just later on the brakes at the moment in the Tony Kart, which can be an awkward situation because he doesn't want to overshoot himself and bring both of them a cropper in the opening heat of the weekend as they make their way onto the main straightaway. It's 4 down and 4 to go. Halfway home here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. running down these last couple of laps here in Cadet 9, brought to you by BRM Kart Australia. Coming up to the final lap, and Jay and Bo putting it on here. They're going to go side by side around these last couple of corners. Jay having a couple of big lunges at Bo to make something happen here as we hit the final lap in the fight for third and fourth on the road here. Mayer and Saxfield up the road have checked out from this battle. And Mayer with a 1.5 second advantage over Chase Saxfield for second. But Jay Kostecki wants to grab this third spot here. And he's going to be bullish about it. And he's going to have a crack here at Bo Casagrande as they make their way through the front sweeper for the final time here in Heat 1. And up into the midfield of the circuit. Cockburn here at 1,070 metres is just a long lap of up and down the hill. Right on the edge of Cockburn Sound, but Jay is looking for his way around. As we apologise for a moment to the live stream viewers. Kostecki having a crack at it here. He's going to go side by side. Oh, they get together. And Kostecki is going to drag him onto the main straightaway. Kostecki will grab that 3 spot over Casagrande at the line. As Connor Mayer, your winner here in Heat 1 of Cadet 9 over Chase Saxfield in second. Jay Kostecki third. Bo Casagrande in P4. Annika Hurt P5 from Valentino Chogella rounding out your 6th. Josh Panizza in P7. Back on top with KA4 Junior, brought to you by Sagel and Property Maintenance. A solid field of KA4 Juniors this weekend. 15 drivers racing at championship weight. So we do away with the light versus heavy nonsense, as most of the drivers in the class at the current time are all similar age, and therefore they can all race around that championship weight category. It's only until the drivers get older in which they probably need to hit the heavy category as they shoot up and they hit their straps in their teens throughout these junior ranks before they hit the age of 14 through 16, where they can elect to step up into seniors, of which we've seen the likes of quite a few jumping up into the senior ranks this year. But it's Connor Payne, who made himself $100 richer in qualifying this morning. He's going to start on the pole spot here alongside Connor Radford. Going to see Connor back in racing after a leg injury put him out of contention of the WA Kart Championship. He throws a bigger tyre and a bigger motor on it and goes racing from the front row of the grid. He's going to get shuffled back into the third spot, no, as it's, dicey at turn one. It was going to happen, but great job. Whoever that was that looped it and got it turned around, great effort to keep the karts going, and we still have everyone running in this opening lap of KA4 Junior Championship. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer getting the elbows out, though, into second now, putting the pressure on Payne through the front sweeper. Connor Radford back there in third at the moment as they charge up the hill towards the midfield sweeper. Behind them, it was Lachlan Klee on the starting order. Pick up on who it is, though, as they come down the order. Can't quite grab a number for you. We'll catch them as they come across the line on the opening lap of racing. For KA4 Junior, brought to you by Sagel and Property Maintenance, supporting the class this weekend here at the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles for 2021. Down the line, 1 down, 7 to go for Connor Payne out front. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer into that second spot. Connor Radford in third. Jackson Curtis in the fourth spot from Jet McDonald in P5. Mason Walksack in sixth from Aidan Tempany and Noah Byrne. Lachlan Klee and Christian Politano rounding out your top 10. As Mitchell-Rosenauer coming off a great weekend of racing at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Got somewhat stung by the format a little bit, but Mitchell-Rosenauer proved his worth in this class up on the hill at Hurricane Go-Kart Club a few weeks ago for the West Australian Kart Championship. Fighting his way into that second spot and trying to put pressure onto Connor Payne for the race lead. Jackson coming off the second row of the grid from this morning's qualifying session. For most of these classes, with the exception of X30 and the 2 Pro classes, these heat races are somewhat a formality. There's no prizes up for grabs for fastest laps and heat wins, with the exception of X30, which a fastest lap in any of the heats earns you $50, and a heat win will earn you $100. The $100 for qualifying already being claimed here by Connor Payne in KA4 Championship as a big send up the inside, the 76 of Lachlan Klee, firing one up on the 13 of Aidan Tempany to get the job done there. That will elevate Klee up into the 7th spot and knock Tempany down one again. So the heat race is relatively a formality at the moment. Everyone just trying to sort themselves out and put themselves in a good position for the big dance tomorrow afternoon. And their 15-lap final, of course, it's a dead man final this weekend. And who's going to be the winner to take out a custom-made Exoot City of Perth Titles racing suit up for grabs for each of the class winners this weekend here. At the moment, still Payne out front, the 22 machine for CMM Automotive. And the Amiga chassis for Connor. Gone to the days of every man and his dog racing an Amiga kart. Back in the early 2000s, the Amigas were everywhere in West Australian karting, and even bleeding across to be incredibly popular in South Australia as well. But it's good to see an Amiga out front again. Of course, James McCucci-Allen has been a proponent of the Amiga through his cadet years, now running under the BRM tent and fighting it out in KA2 this weekend. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer in the KF kart of the Drew Price Engineering X5 platform. Mixing things up with a flat-out karts nose cone on that kart right now. From All Good Racing Karts and Parts, he hangs on to second from Radford in third. As we follow this battle at the moment, this is Mason Walksack and Aidan Tempany fighting it out here. And they're duking it out for 7th and 8th on the road as they come past the canteen. Tempany looking racy here, wants to find his way up the inside. Love the yellow and black colour scheme on board for Aiden. The lucky number 13 machine working their way around here as we hit the halfway point a moment ago. 4 down and 4 to go here for KA4 Junior before we step into the last 3 classes in the race order. It's just gone past midday here at Cockburn International Kartway for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021. We'll pick up your leaders down the line, Payne and Mitchell Rosenau. Then a gap back to Radford in third. Young Connor on a great open meeting debut in KA4 Junior though, as they head past the canteen. 3 laps to go last time across the line. Working his way around on the final lap. That checkered flag will come out for Connor Payne as he snatches the fast lap right at the end there. A 54.3 and a race win. Backing up his pole position effort from qualifying this morning, Payne takes the win here in Heat 1 of KA4 Junior. Jackson Mitchell Rosenau home in second in the opening heat of the weekend from Connor Radford in third. Jackson Curtis in P4 and Lachlan Clee rounding out your top 5 here in KA4 Junior Championship weight, brought to you by Sageland Property Maintenance here at Cockburn International Kartway. Tag 125 Masters out on track in something a little bit different at the City of Perth Titles. Instead of running a Tag 125 Restricted Masters, we've opened up the field to allow them to rip off the restrictors and go racing with more horsepower on a softer tyre. And with varying stories throughout the field here. Some like it, some don't. Depending on kind of how old they are, I guess, and how fit they are in race fitness. I think from a personal perspective, hearing the stories, 125 Restricted Masters is a more accessible class, but outright 125 Tag Masters, more fun until the body wears out and things start to hurt. But we're here with 125 Masters this weekend. We have Nathan Terrell and Kip Foster on the front row here. Kip Foster finally admitting he's getting older and racing in a Masters ranks. From Shane McPherson joining in this weekend, and Richard Deckers. Your first four on the road as we go lights out and racing. Restricted Masters West Australian champ Adam Gandossi in the field as well and racing with him. He slots into P5 here over Anthony Higgs back there in 6. And Ian Shaw in 7. Oh, Gandossi trying to find his way up the inside of what was Deckers. Gets caught up and loses the spot to Higgsy behind him. Will fall back into the clutches of Ian Shaw further behind, but it's Nathan Terrell, your top qualifier from this morning's session, out front from Foster in 2nd, and Shane McPherson into that 3rd spot with the Cosmic Kart. McPherson running a double duties effort this weekend again. McPherson, that 92 Cosmic Kart, putting the pressure on the back of Foster here. And Kipper coming off the back of a monumentally frustrating weekend at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Still ended up working out in his favour, though, in Tag 125 Light, running against that points format. Up in Wandowie for the WA Kart Championship. Just proving that points format has its worth in some circumstances. And adding another story and another case study into the discussion about how successful the weekend was. Now finds himself in the Masters here at Cockburn. Doesn't seem to quite have the pace of Nathan Terrell at the moment. Foster seems to be a slow-burning driver here around Cockburn. Finds himself at the pointy end at the right time of the weekend, and he's still well and truly in the mix. 2nd on the road right now as Nathan Terrell leads away with a hot lap of the race of 49.467. Foster under a little bit of pressure from McPherson behind him for 2nd and 3rd as they come past the canteen. McPherson deep under brakes into that left-hander, closed the gap right up and still kept the drive off the corner. So it can tell a story that Foster is somewhat conserving with his driving right now. It's early days of the weekend. He's got good track position. He's picking up points. If he puts himself in a good position for the final, 15 laps tomorrow afternoon to decide who's going to be on the podium here for the City of Perth Titles. Brought to you by Discovery Parks. As we're 3 laps down and 5 to go, this time across the line, Nathan Terrell from the pole spot, leading things out here in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Masters. 125 Masters proudly brought to you by Flora Plant. Family owned and operated wholesale nursery down in Oakford here in Western Australia, specialising in the growth of high quality indoor and patio ornamental plants. That's Flora Plant. Supporting your 125 Masters this weekend. As you see a big old crossed up moment there from Mr. Higgs. Higgsy currently running in the 5 spot just ahead of Adam Gandossi. Rocking the blue plate this weekend here. Not quite representative in the class, but nonetheless, 2021 West Australian State Champion in the 125 Restricted Masters ranks of Adam Gandossi. As Terrell resets a hot lap once again out front. 49.401 for Terrell. Foster 1.8 seconds off the back. Can't quite manage pace to stay with Nathan at the moment, but he's backing up into Shane McPherson right now, sitting there in 3rd. And behind them, Richard Deckers in the 38 machine. Coming up to 3 laps to go here. As we continue to follow this battle, Foster, McPherson, and now Decker's buying his way into the fight. Bit of a gap back to Higgs and Gandossi fighting it out for 5th and 6th at the moment. But these three closing up a little bit. Looks like Foster decided that he didn't want to take any chances backing up into those two and opened up a bit of a gap last time across. Foster throwing down a 50.002 to pull out a 1/10 of a second over McPherson. The quickest on track still Nathan Terrell on a 49.4. Scorchingly quick here as Adam Gandossi finds his way around Anthony Higgs. Gandossi in the Tony kart firing it up into P5, but it's too little too late to make an impact on the karts in front of him. He's got a big old gap to try and make up to take the fight to those guys out front. As we head down the main straightaway. 2 laps to go for Nathan Terrell. Clear out front from the rest of the field here as now Kip Foster pushes the right pedal down to the floorboards with a 49.443 last time across the line to maintain that gap over Shane McPherson, who also set a hot lap of his own, a 49.706 for McPherson. Deckers with a 49.74. Gandossi sitting back there in P5 with a 50.108 last time across the line. Last lap board is out as they came past the line. 1 to go here as we follow along with Foster and McPherson. Past the canteen for one final time. Here in Heat 1 of 125 Masters. We're getting ready to send them into the Junior and Senior Pro categories. KA2 and KZ2 coming up next for their opening heat races of the weekend. But it's Nathan Terrell out front. Nobody been able to touch him so far as he set the hot lap in this morning's qualifying session. Still holding the hot lap of the race here in Heat 1 as well. A 49.401 for Terrell as he leads the way around the final couple of corners. A checkered flag out and waving. Terrell will take the win here in Heat 1 of 125 Masters. Kip Foster home in second. Shane McPherson home in third. Richard Deckers in the 4th spot from Adam Gandossi, rounding out your top 5 from Higgs, Westling, Nicholson, Shaw, and Benjamin Bonden, rounding out your top 10. With Tag 125 Restricted Masters, brought to you by Flora Plant here at Cockburn International Kartway. On track now with KA2, brought to you by All Good Racing Karts and Parts. This is the Junior Pro class. KA2 running the Vortex Rock DVS engines. Something like 35 horsepower available at their disposal on a relatively hard tyre for the amount of power they have. They're lightweight, very quick in a straight line. There's not much you can do to the engine combinations. They're pretty well set and forget as they come out of the box, which makes for even and close racing for the juniors who want to get a taste of what it's like to go racing with a lot of horsepower at their disposal. This is KA2, the junior ranks, and it's Sebastian Guest and James McCucci-Allen on the front row, going to lead them down onto the straightaway to kick things off here in Heat 1, and they are side by side at the start as well. McCucci-Allen trying to go deep into turn 1. He grabs the race lead. Guesty into that second spot, and he drags his brother as well, Dylan, up into P3, puts Nick Stardy down to P4. Stardy has a little look, can't get alongside. The KA2 karts running in these Rock DVS engines. They sound funny going down the straightaway as the engines kind of hit their rev limit and they can't go any further than that. But they can't gear them any taller because they won't pull off the corners and be right on the very edge of lighting up the rear tyre, especially in the tight and twisting hairpins of Cockburn International Kartway. The undulating hills out by Cockburn Sound where we are, looking out to the east right now as they come down the line. Lap 1 in the books. James McCucci-Allen leading the way here. We'll be looking, he just needs to finish these races in prime position and he'll be in the hot seat to take away the title. As they come past the front sweeper here, McCucci-Allen coming into the weekend held a slim 9-point lead over Noah Lyle, who isn't here this weekend. Noah making the trip out of country to go race elsewhere, not in contention for the final round of the KA2 Championship. That leads his next contender, young Alex Stefanovic, who's down in 5th right now. So if James continues to open up some points over Stefa, he'll be a surefire shot to take out this inaugural KA2 Championship as part of running alongside the West Australian KZ series. As McCucci-Allen still leads the way. Sebastian Guest in the 45 machine over Dylan, who's now setting a hot lap. Dylan in the number 50 Birrell chassis going quick here. The Guesty Boys racing team putting the pressure on. Behind them, Nick Stardy, the young pocket rocket, with many, many years ahead of him in these junior ranks. So early in the piece for young Nick to be running in KA2. Straight out of Cadet 12s last year. He's bypassed all the rites of passage and gone straight for the big power. But look at the battle we have out front here. McCucci-Allen, Sebastian Guest and Dylan Guest all glued together at the moment as they make their way onto the main straightaway, fighting things out. And down the line here, that was 3 down, 5 to go. With no engine advantage and all parity across the engines in the class. It's all about the driver and the way they can set up and maximize the performance from their kart and their driving characteristics. And that leaves some solid racing here. Jack Webster down in 6th is the fastest man on track right now for young Jack. A 49.666 last time across the line. The tyres haven't quite come in for them yet. We expect him to go a little bit quicker than that as they make their way around the circuit here. This is a battle between Stardy, Stefanovic and Webster. That's 4th, 5th and 6th on the road. And you can see they're only just a couple of car lengths off the battle for the top 3 as it looks like McCucci-Allen has broken away from the Guesty Boys in the race lead. Now McCucci-Allen setting a hot lap, 49.5 that time across the line. And how small some of these young drivers look in these big, heavy and powerful go-karts. The case in point, young Nick Stardy right now, leaning in the kart as much as he can to get it to unload the weight to the outside tyre and generate the corner speed by jacking the inside tyre off the ground, taking advantage of the caster drop on the C-hubs of the way these karts are designed, and a bit of twist in the chassis to keep the compliance there and generate the corner speed. But as James McCucci-Allen out front, he's opened up a couple of kart lengths now as we hit the halfway point a moment ago. This time by will be 5 down and 3 laps to go. We'll see what kind of lap speed they have now the tyres have come in and everyone gets a little bit quicker. A 49.4 for Sebastian Guest. That time by the 45 Ricardo kart machine. Now the fastest on track, currently holding down the second spot ahead of his brother Dylan behind in the 50 Birillart machine. They're trying to work together here and see if they can close the gap to Makuchi Allen out front. At the moment, the Guesty boys, Sebastian is the first of them in the championship points, sitting 6th coming into this round. However, in front of them, Bree Rhodes not in the class this week, and Noah Lyle in 2nd, not in the class this week. So they do have an opportunity. They're sitting only some 25 points off of 3rd right now coming into this round. Mathematically, there is a chance to put a Guesty boy on the podium for the KA2 series this weekend here at Cockburn International Kartway. And it looks like James Makuchi Allen isn't going to have it all his way here. With 2 laps to go, last time across the line, Sebastian is monstering up to his rear bumper. He put in a new hot lap, 49.2 last time across the line. As they come through the front sweeper again, Makuchi Allen leads from Sebastian Guest, trying to put the pressure on here. Now he's going to be patient and be very selective about picking his moment, because if it goes too early, he risks a comeback drive and a counter from Makuchi Allen. But if he leaves it too late, it's a simple matter of running out of time as they come out of the final couple of corners onto the main straightaway. The last lap board is out. 1 to go here for KA2. Brought to you by All Good Racing Carts and Parts here in Heat 1 for the weekend at Cockburn International Kartway. Past the canteen corner once again. Makuchi Allen still leads. He's opened up about a cart length over Sebastian, who's late on the brakes into the hairpin. Trying to close up that gap and get the drive off the corner. He's going to stay with him. I'd say one of his final opportunities is going to be the in-grid hairpin in 1 corner's time. If he can get the drive coming off this middle sweeper. He's eyeballing down the hill. He's not close enough to make anything happen though. And Makuchi Allen will hang on to it here. And despite the advances made by the Guesty boys, James Makuchi Allen is on his way to picking up the Heat 1 win and adding some points to his tally. Here in this West Australian KA2 series, down the line, Makuchi Allen will win Heat 1 of KA2 over Sebastian Guest in 2nd, Dylan Guest in 3rd, Nicholas Stardy in P4, Alex Stefanovic rounding out your top 5. From Jack Webster, Zane Rhodes and Jack Parham, your 8-cart field here in KA2, brought to you by All Good Racing Carts and Parts. Now time to pluck some gears as we get ready to go racing. Heat 1 in KZ2, brought to you by Super Cool Air Conditioning. Super Cool, proud supporters of West Australian karting here. Definitely the ones to call if you want heating and aircon needs. And they're putting on the KZ2 here this weekend. This is the final round of the West Australian KZ series. Coming into this round, Sam Dicker in the Willpower Kart holds the championship lead over Jake Clarich in 2nd, from Nick Middick in 3rd, and Jaden Pearce in 4th. Now, Jaden still mathematically a chance of being in the mix for the championship, but it's going to take a pretty monumental set of unfortunate events for the drivers in front of him for Jaden to have something to say about this championship. But Jaden and Damo, currently sitting 4th and 5th in the championship, have gone and parked it on the front row in the opposing order to how they sit. Damon Papa Sergio made himself a little bit richer this morning in qualifying, setting the hot time in the 6-minute session, and he'll start on pole for the first race of the weekend. Jaden Pearce, 2nd in qualifying, will start on the outside of the front row. We've got one kart stopped there, struggling with something, looking over the shoulder. Try and eyeball who that is. And it's one of our drivers further back in the field on the starting grid here. Simon Gwilliam and Caleb Sumich will line up on row 2 from Luca Nietzsche and Nick Middick on row 3. Nick Middick, the first of the drivers in the top 3, lining up on the grid here. It's the 43 machine coming to some sort of issue there. Ethan Potter getting it restarted and on his way here. So Nick Middick, the first of the drivers in the top 3 of the championship on the grid right here. Down in P6 from qualifying this morning's session. As your field is lined up and ready to go from Dicker, Curry, Sparks and Claridge, your top 10. They're all lined up on the grid, but I do have suspicions they're going to get sent to wave around because there's a kart out of order at the back of this group. We'll wait for the starters' orders to see what they do. KZ2, the top flight category here in Western Australian karting. 6-speed sequential gearboxes, hand-operated clutches from their 125cc power plants, and it looks like we are off and racing. A little bit of frustration and confusion on the starting line there, but it's going to be Damon Papa Sergio leading the field past the canteen on the opening lap here. Jaden Pierce into hot pursuit right now. Simon Grillen back there in the 3rd spot, and it looks like Luca Nietzsche finding his way into P4 as they come round the front sweeper for the first time. This is a 10-lap heat race. A little bit longer in duration to what we've had from the other classes, and they will race it out to a 20-lap final tomorrow afternoon to decide who will be the round winner here for the final round of the West Australian KZ Series. But the important thing to note, every heat race counts. So points tallies are going to be down to the minor things, the little things you do through these heat races. And for the likes of Nick Middick, who's the first driver in the top 3 on track on the starting grid, he's got some work to do. But it looks like Nick's fallen down. And Sam Dicker, your championship leader, is actually the first in line. He's P6 on the road at the moment as Damon Papa Sergio leads. From Jaden Pierce in 2nd, Simon Gwilliam in 3rd, Luca Nietzsche P4, it's Thomas Sparks in P5. Then Dicker, Middick, Sumich, Traeger, Mickler, Curry, Claridge, 2nd in the championship, all the way down in P12 in this opening heat of the weekend. We pick up on Tommy Sparksy Sens in the Eurotech number 21 Tony kart. There's a kart off the road at the in-grid hairpin there. That was Damo Papa Sergio. Hang on. Damo's parked on the in-grid in these opening laps of the race, and he is out of contention here. That will put Jaden Pierce to the point. Papa Sergio parks up on the in-grid. Something wrong with the 77 flat-out karts machine, and Damo is not happy about that one. Leading the way on home soil here is now Jaden Pierce will grab the race lead. Jaden proving ever quick in this Praga kart. I have to cast my mind back a fair way. I don't think Jaden's won a heat race in KZ2 in recent history. So if he hangs on to this one, this will be a first for Jaden Pierce out front, making the step out of Tag 125 racing a couple of years ago to see if he could prove his worth in the KZ gear plucking ranges. Over Simon Grillam in the 2nd, Luca Nietzsche, a graduate from the junior ranks of recent times, into the 3rd spot right now from Sparksy in P4, Sam Dicker P5, over Middick, Sumich, Traeger, Mickler, Claridge down in the 10th spot, over a multi-time series champion Daniel Curry down in P11. Checking on this battle pack though, this is a great fight here. William, Nietzsche, Sparks, Dicker, Middick and Sumich all glued together through the front sweeper. And always going on and playing on repeat in the back of your mind is look after the tyres. Finish the race. You need points, but Dicker wants to send it up the inside of Tommy Sparks at the in-grid hairpin. He recovers. Dicker gets through, but Sparksy hangs on. Not for long, though, as Middick goes with him. Nick Middick, he can hear opportunity knocking here to see if he can claw some points up over Jake Claridge, who's down there in P10. A good finish here will help them in the point standings, as the heat standings will give you 20 points for a heat win and only 11 for P10. Coming into this round, Claridge held a slim margin of just 11 points over Nick Middick coming into the round. So if they stay where they are, Middick will claw back a fair haul on that points margin over Jake Claridge. in the opening race of the weekend and take that fight to him in the podium placings for the West Australian KZ Series here at Cockburn International Kartway. Meanwhile, Jaden Pearce, 4th in the championship coming into the weekend. He wants to put a W next to his name here in the West Australian KZ Series. Daylight, the gap back to Pearce and Gwilym. It's 1 and 2 at the moment. 1.6 seconds a gap as we hit the halfway point. 5 laps down, 5 to go. Halfway home here in KZ2. Pearce leading the way. We follow this battle between Gwilym and Nietzsche. Now Dicker, the championship leader, closing his way up onto the back of this fight. Dicker having a run in the Southern Cross Esports Series, the opening round of the championship with the Porsche 911 RSR GTE cars through iRacing on Wednesday night. I think they went to Oran Park for the opening round of the championship and found himself leading until he fell victim to somebody else's bumper in a couple of the races on Wednesday night. But ever a true champ, he takes it on the chin and moves on and steps out of the racing simulator and throws the gear on to go KZ racing this weekend. And it's good to see Sambo back in the seat after somewhat residing to running the team and coaching the young drivers that run under the flat-out karts tent of recent years. It's a rare occasion that Sam gets to come out and run some laps in the KZ Series. But he leads this championship coming into the weekend. Currently 4th on the road as we follow along. This is Riley Traeger trying to hold off the 97 of Bailey Mickler. This is 8th and 9th on the road right now as they come out of the Ingrid hairpin and up the hill. It's 3 laps to go for your leaders as they come down the line. Jaden Pearce hitting the line and the gap back to Simon Gwilym now 2.1 seconds. So Jaden is not taking any prisoners. He's not sitting around and waiting for things to happen for him. He's going to burn up a little bit more of these tyres in the process, but he leads the way here in the opening heat of the weekend for KZ2. From Gwilym and Nietzsche, now Dicker right with him, and Middick hot on the heels of Dicker. 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th all bunching up into a bit of a 4-kart battle pack as they come through the middle sweeper. Now Dicker going for a very late send up the inside of Nietzsche. Sam's liking that move up the inside of the Ingrid hairpin. Catch him by surprise and they'll miss a gear and run wide and get off the exit slowly. They can't counteract your move you make on them, but man, it's risky for Dicker. Coming into this round of the championship, Dicker couldn't really afford a DNF. He does hold a, 38-point lead over Jake Clarich in 2nd, so he could afford a DNF, but it would put him on the back foot and make things pretty tight in the late stages of the weekend. But I think a less than stellar qualifying effort has lit the fire for Sam Dicker, who doesn't want to be playing the points game this weekend. Closes up under brakes under the back of Simon Gwilym into that same Ingrid hairpin where he's made 2 moves this race on both Tommy Sparks and Luca Nietzsche. As they come around on the main straightaway, the last lap board is out. 1 to go here in Heat 1 of KZ2. Brought to you by Super Cool Air Conditioning. But Jaden Pearce out front. We catch a little battle here. This is Tommy Sparks and Caleb Sumich fighting it out on the final lap of racing as they come past the canteen on their final tour of the circuit here in Heat 1. It looks like that'll be all she wrote for the charge of the likes of Sam Dicker, who was making big moves trying to close up these gaps, but we'll check them out as they come out of that middle sweeper and down towards the Ingrid hairpin for the final time. Jaden Pearce in control of this race by over 2 seconds. Last time across the line, Jaden is going to pick himself up a win here. Gwilym in 2nd and Dicker playing the points game will bring it home for 3rd as the checkered flag flies. Jaden Pearce is a heat race winner in Heat 1 of KZ2. Brought to you by Super Cool Air Conditioning. Simon Gwilym 3rd. Sam Dicker grabs a nice haul of points in 3rd over Luca Nietzsche in 4th. Nick Middick in 5th from Sparksy, Sumich. Jake Clarich comes home in P8 at the end of that one over Riley Traeger in P9 and Bailey Mickler rounding out your 10. Over Dan Curry in 11, Scotty Mackay in P12 from Ryan Bender and Josh Merritt, 13 and 14. John Luca Orimerma, spit that one out. P15 on the road here in KZ2 from Pedrotti, Harvey, Sugar, Goff, Friend, Jack, Sully, Howe and Potter. A DNF here for Damon Papa Sergio and Richard Howe out of Heat 1 here in KZ2. At the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021 here at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Kartway. This is fun. We're back into it. KA3 Senior getting out on track this time for Heat 2. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. Love some TNN Sheet Metal. Proud supporters of West Australian karting. They're always on offer and always there to help. And they bring you your KA3 Seniors this weekend. In Heat 1, it was your fastest qualifier, Kevin Norman, who stormed his way around the track to take the win on the 1,070 metres that is Cockburn International Kartway. And once again, Kev Dog will start himself on the pole spot here as they are lined up and rolling their way around in formation, getting ready to go. Bree Rhodes on the outside front row here, looking to see if she can change the status quo for Kevin at the moment. Back there on the second row, Zach Needham and Joshua Byrne, third and fourth. Mason Fraser and Aiden Deckers on 5 and 6. Michael Jones joins Robert West on the 4th row of the grid from Julio Salvador and Joel Wheeler, 9 and 10, over Trent Mann and Memphis Knowles, 11 and 12. Bailey Reynolds-Stevens from Simon May, lining up your 14 karts on track for Heat 2 of KA3 Senior. Getting ready to go racing down the line. We watch for those lights to go out and send us on our way here for Heat 2 of racing. This is another 8-lap race. Short, sharp races here. Still takes a little bit of time to get through all of the classes in order here at Cockburn International Kartway. But it's Kevin Norman leading the way here. Bree Rhodes into that second spot in the opening lap here. Zach Needham back to the 3rd spot from Joshua Byrne in P4. As they charge up the hill on this opening lap here. A big move from Byrne, trying to climb his way up the inside of Needham to get the job done. Zach responds back down the inside at the Ingrid hairpin and will hang on to the 3rd spot. And Zach deciding he's going to try and defend as they climb the hill. That slowed them down, though, and it brings Mason Fraser into the fight right now. Mason Fraser looking to the inside a little bit there on Josh Byrne as they came out of the last couple of corners. Michael Jonesy Jones back there in the 6th spot, watching onwards, seeing if he can get involved in this top 5 and take the fight to these guys out front. But it's Kevin Norman out front at the moment, leading the way by half a second over Bree Rhodes in that 2 spot. Another half second back to Needham from Byrne, from Fraser, from Jones. Then Aiden Decker's in the 7th spot. West in the 9. Oh, sorry, West in the 8. And Trent Mann in the 9. Julio Salvador rounding out your 10 as now Byrne sends another one up the inside of Needham. This time he's going to drive it across the racetrack and cover off the inside line. And here comes Jonesy up the inside of Fraser. He took advantage of everybody checking up for a moment. And Jonesy will grab that spot from young Mason. So watching on as Josh Byrne finds himself into the 3rd spot here. Needham back there in P4. Now Jonesy P5, seeing if he can close the gap to the back of Needham to drive his way into this fight and continue on the charge. As Bree Rhodes actually set the hot lap of the race a moment ago. 52.041 for Bree. She's the fastest on track right now, and seeing if she can close the gap to Kevin Norman. It's 4.5 tenths of a second last time across the line. Follow this battle at the moment. This is Julio Salvador on Robert West. They're fighting it out for 9th and 10th on the road as they come down the line. 3 laps completed and 5 to go here in KA3 Senior. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. As we drag your top few drivers past the canteen again, it's Josh Byrne leading in that group here. He's 3rd on the road right now from Zach Needham in the 4th spot. Michael Jones P5 from Fraser. And then Deckers, 6 and 7. Trent Mann running in a bit of a no man's land right now. Back there in the 8th spot from Salvador and West, your top 10 from Wheeler, Milligan, Knowles and May. Bailey Reynolds-Stevens finding himself off the road on the main straightaway there. You see that kart off to the right-hand side of the main straightaway as we pan across the straight with your leaders going down the straight this time by. Out front, Kevin Norman still leading this one. Rhodes resets a hot lap. Now Needham sets a hot lap. A 51.438 for Needham. He's going to start putting the pressure back onto Josh Byrne if he keeps that one up as they come past the canteen. The camera doesn't do it justice how much elevation change there is here at Cockburn International Kartway. You can see it by the angle of the kart from our camera position and how they climb and fall through the undulating hills here at Cockburn International Kartway. Now Needham trying to drive his way back into 3rd and pick up some heat points to drive himself forward in this field. Down the line, it's 3 laps to go here for KA3 Senior. There's the stricken kart of Bailey Reynolds-Stevens, unfortunately caught up on the opening lap there, no longer taking part in Heat 2 for KA3 Senior. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. There's another one off the road Just at the back of this shot, you can see them on the left-hand side. No, you couldn't. Just missed them from our camera shot. But there is another kart there. I think that's the stricken kart, the 36 machine of Simon May, unfortunately, off the road here as well. So we're down to just 13 drivers in the field for KA3 Senior. At championship weight, brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. Down the line, Kevin Norman now setting a new hot lap, a 51.2. Kevin maintaining that half-second gap, plus or minus small amounts over the last recent few laps here. Opens up the taps this time by to reset the hot lap by a couple of tenths of a second, but the battle's on for third between Byrne and Needham. Needham trying to find his way around, see if he can close the gap to Josh out front. But Zach isn't able to do it here for the multi-time winner of the City of Perth Titles so far in this second heat of racing. Of course, the only one that really counts for these guys is the last race of the weekend, the Dead Man Final. 15 laps on the board for these guys when they hit the final tomorrow afternoon here at Cockburn International Kartway. As the last lap board is out, one to go here for KA3 Senior. For TNN Sheet Metal, it's Kevin Norman leading the way after being fastest qualifier in this morning's session. Taking the win in Heat 1. He's on his way to try and take it out in Heat 2 again. And doing it in fine form as well. He seems untouchable in this class so far. The closest to him is Bree Rhodes, though. Last time across the line, Bree matching Kevin on lap speed. 51.311 for Kevin, 51.388 for Bree. Keeps them nice and close together, a 0.6 of a second, but it's not enough for Bree to make an impact on Kevin's lead as he brings it out of the right-hander on the final couple of corners and onto the main straightaway. Kevin Norman will take the win in Heat 2 of KA3 Senior, brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. Bree Rhodes home in second. Joshua Byrne picking up a third-place result here in Heat 2 over Zach Needham in P4. And Michael Jones rounding out your top 5. That's KA3 Senior. Brought to you by TNN Sheet Metal. Heat 2, done and dusted here at Cockburn International Kartway. And we are back on track and getting ready to go racing once again here in Heat 2 for Tag 125 Restricted. Brought to you by Lighting International. Lighting International has been established as a family-owned business right here in Western Australia, priding themselves in supplying a personal and efficient service, resulting in a large client base of returning customers. With 25 years in the industry, they've established themselves as a market leader in residential lighting right here in Western Australia, while growing tremendously to better service all of their clients across WA. And they're proudly supporting not one but two categories this weekend here in Tag 125 Restricted and 125 Heavy at Cockburn International Kartway, as we look out from the race office camera position out to the western side of the 1,070 metres of undulating hell for the tyres that sit underneath these go-karts. This is 125 Restricted at combined championship weight, and it's going to be Thomas Boucher and Cooper Cutts bringing the field around, looking for the lights to go out and send us racing. And we're underway here. Boucher down towards turn 1. Cutts hacksawing at the wheel. There's a fair few off at turn 1. And all looks relatively tame and simple, though they all get going again here. Daniel McMahon is in third right now. Looks like Aaron Premier's in the 4th spot. And now Brad Van Rompuy moving his way back up to P5. He drove from 8th to 4th in the opening race of the weekend. Now working his way back into the top 5 to see if he can do it again here in Heat 2 of racing. Meanwhile, as Tom Boucher trying to get away out front here from the rest of the field. He did this in Heat 1, backing up his top qualifying time and making the most of that $100 prize for being the fastest qualifier this morning. He led the way in a lights to flag effort in Heat 1 of the weekend. 1 lap down and 7 to go here. He leads again over Cooper Cutts in 2nd. Daniel McMahon in 3rd from Aaron Premius in the 4th, and Peter Ten Brooker rounding out your top 5. Keeping an eye on the action right now, as it looks like it's relatively processional out front as we settle into the afternoon sun here at Cockburn International Kartway. Thomas Boucher leading the way down the line with 3 laps completed and 5 to go here. He resets the hot lap once again at 51.998, marginally quicker than Cooper last time across, a 52.03 for Cooper Cutts. Not much between them on the individual lap speed, lap on lap, but that gap is out to 0.8 of a second from Boucher back to Cutts in the BRM kart. And that's the difference. Just those little bits that Boucher is able to eke out and open up these gaps over the field. You don't need to be dominatingly fast to win in Western Australian karting. You just need to be consistently that tiny bit quicker over the full course of the race and get the job done here. Daniel McMahon back there in that 3rd spot, only quick enough for a 52.2 last time across the line, while Aaron Premius runs a 52.07 last time around. He's starting to round him up to the margin of 3.5 of a second between them last time across. We check in this battle as they bring it around onto the main straightaway. That was catching up very briefly with Brock Durden, Cosimo Voza, Nathan Lee and Braden Sakir is rounding out your top 10. What a beautiful weekend we have picked to go racing here at Cockburn International Raceway. Tag 125 Restricted running at combined weight this weekend. No light and medium categories, just one class. We pack everyone in and have a solid field of drivers to race it out for the honours. And $100 going to Tom Boucher as the fastest qualifier in this morning's session. And the winner in tomorrow's final race of the weekend, the 15-lapper, will be crowned the City of Perth champion for 2021. And to them will go a brand new custom-made X30 racing suit. Just to sweeten the deal for taking out the winners. We're well and truly across the halfway point this time across. 3 to go last time by for Tom Boucher out front. Catching him down the line with 2 laps remaining here in Heat 2 of Tag 125 Restricted, brought to you by Lighting International. Tom Boucher continuing to dominate the weekend. He's dipped into the 51s. In fact, your top 3 drivers all dipping into the 51s last time across. Tom has gone as quick as a 51.6. Now setting a 51.83. Cooper Cuts was actually marginally quicker. Last time across the line, it was a 51.802. McMahon setting his personal best lap of the race, a 51.902, but still not good enough to drive any further forward. But it looks like he's consolidating that 3rd spot on track as we hit the final lap. 1 to go here. Through Heat 2 of Tag 125 Restricted, Tom Boucher climbs the hill past the canteen. One final time here in Heat 2 of racing. Judging by the current timetable, it looks like he will get one more today before his 15-lap final. Tomorrow morning it will be for him. But the remainder of the race meeting is yet to be seen here. And I'm sure once we know the status quo of how the timetable is running for the day, we'll advise on how things are looking and what races we will run up to and including before we wrap up the day here in the Saturday program for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021 at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway. The checkered flag picking up Tom Boucher as your winner once again here in Heat 2. He keeps a clean record, fastest qualifier in the morning session, and 2 race wins from Cooper Cuts in second. Daniel McMahon home in third. Aaron Premius was in P4 from Peter Ten Brooker, P5, and Brad Van Rompuy only managing to go from 8th to 6th that time along. And that is a wrap on Tag 125 Restricted Medium. So, folks, if you're watching the live stream brought to you by 4-Star Media, there's an unfortunate thing where camera operators and directors are humans too, and they do need to go to the bathroom and have something to eat and the like. So we are going to leave you with a bit of a locked-off shot for the moment if you're watching the live stream. Don't worry, we will be back and live streaming with moving cameras and all the production value that you've become so lovingly used to over these last few years we've been broadcasting with 4-Star. But we are going to let our camera guys take a bit of a break for the following race. It might go a little bit longer if you are watching live online. Just sit tight. We'll be back with all the action cameras for the remainder of the day after that. And for myself personally, I'm going to be bidding you good day. I'll be taking my leave for the remainder of the day. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of the one and only Mr. Brian Lecoq for the remainder of the afternoon for the Discovery Park City of Perth Titles 2021 here at Tiger Kart Club's Cockburn International Raceway.
Campbell Thompson in the 51 cart, the 98 cart of Benjamin Hall, Diago Stewart in the 73 cart, and rounding out the top 5 is the 38 cart of Julian Barbas. Four down and 4 to go with the Cadet 12s. And the top 4 really broken away from the rest of the pack. Showing some good times. Fastest on the track at the moment is the 98 cart of Benjamin Hall, just putting in a 56.8. Chase Webb continues to lead in the 3 cart. Campbell Thompson, the 51 cart. Not much between the top 3 whatsoever. Benny Hall now putting in the fastest lap, so catching the pack is one thing, being able to make a pass is another here in the Cadet 12 class. Campbell Thompson now puts in the quickest lap in the 51 cart, 56.7. And some pretty good racing between the top 3, who have broken away from the rest of the pack to some degree. Campbell Thompson now looking for a pass move on the 3 car of Chase Webb. Just can't quite get it done. A couple of laps left to go though, so he's got a bit of time. And the Cockburn International Circuit, anti-clockwise, produces some pretty good racing. And there's a lot of passing moves out there. And Campbell Thompson now has taken the first place away from Chance Webb. Ben Hall right back there in the number 98 cart. And really been some good racing between the top 3, with the number 73 cart of Diago Stewart. He's got the pace of the leaders, but he just needs to get on the tail end of them and try and make a pass. But with 1 lap left to go, I don't think it's going to happen. Riley Curry back there in the 31 cart. Graham Bernard in the 46 cart. Orlando Ricciardello in the 47 cart. Michael White, the 4 cart. Zach Casagrande in the 84 cart. Xander Eglinton in the number 10 cart. Back then to William Kallick Chen, Jordan Klee, Ryden McKay and Lucas Kallick Chen back in the 97 cart. But taking out the win in Cadet 12, Heat 2 is Campbell Thompson over Chance Webb, Benjamin Hall, Diago Stewart, and rounding out the top 5 is Julian Barbas. Next out on the track we have our X30 Light, proudly sponsored by Remo Racing, Cocos and Mega Fast Karts. Calls for a good night out, fine dining. You would go to Cocos over there in South Perth, where you will get a fantastic meal, nice bottle of wine, overlook the city. Take your wife, your girlfriend or your boyfriend, whatever your preference might be, and have a terrific night out. Remo Racing, of course. Remo Luciani have been around racing for a long, long time. And Mega Fast Karts right here at Cockburn International Kartway. X30 Light Heat 2, Hugh Maguire. In the 15 kart, Josh Healy, the 23 kart, the 26 karter, Hayden Fraser, the 89 karter, Ashley Morrissey, Jack Coolio in the 7 kart, Liam Kane in the number 6 kart. Then back to Gabriel Belanca in the 12 kart, the 33 kart of Aidan Deckers, Mason Fraser in the 62 kart. Simon Gwillim, usually one of the front runners, but finds himself back in 10th place in the 2 kart. Then the 95 kart of Flynn Thompson, Jesse Elliott making a comeback to racing in the 71 kart. The old man of the group, Shane McPherson in the 92 kart, Connor Clifton in the 79 kart, and Isaac McLean in the number 3 kart. X30 Light Heat 2. Got some hard charges out the front with Maguire, Healy, Fraser, Morrissey and Coolio. Looking set for a start. They come racing down the hill into the left-hander, and there's always a bit of movement going on at the back of the pack, but they have managed to get around, all facing in the same direction, which is a bit of an achievement for X30 Light. Come around past the pit exit. Young Maguire in the 15 car, Josh Healy the 23 car, the 26 car, Hayden Fraser. So come up into the pit re-entry, up the hill, down onto the main straightaway. And Maguire has opened himself up a fairly handy lead over Hayden Fraser in the 26 kart, Ash Morrissey the 89 kart, Josh Healy in the 23 kart, the 7 kart of Jack Coolio round out your top 5. Shane McPherson made up a couple of places into 10th. Jesse Elliott in the 71 kart. Simon Gwillim gone backwards. Good to see young Jesse Elliott back in the go-kart. Had a couple of years off doing other things, getting himself an apprenticeship and turning into a tradesman as an electrician. So I've known Jess and his father for quite a number of years. Used to race with them back in the days of the of rookies. And of course Jess won himself a national championship here at Cockburn International Speedway just a few years ago. Clubman Light, Junior Clubman as it was back then. So he certainly knows his way around the go-kart. He just needs to get a few more laps in and he'll be back at the front of the pack. You no need to worry about that. Young Maguire, the 15 kart, continues to lead over the 26 kart, Hayden Fraser. Josh Healy now puts in the quickest lap time of a 49.4, back there in third. Ash Morrissey in the 89 kart, and rounding out the top 5, the 7 kart of Jack Coolio. X30 Light, of course, proudly sponsored by Remo Racing, Coco's Restaurant, Fine Dining, Mega Fast Karts right here at the International Kartway in Cockburn. And of course this track been here for a number of years now. It used to be based on the opposite side of the road where the shipyards are. I'm not quite sure when it did move here, a bit before my time even. But there's been some brilliant racing here over the years. I think in the late 80s or thereabouts, we had a CIK Oceania meeting here. Michael Schumacher raced as a junior. Johnny Herbert raced as a junior. So there's some good racing going on at the back of the pack. But out in front, Hugh Maguire continues to lead in the 15 kart. Josh Healy now in the 23 kart puts in the fastest time. Ashley Morrissey in the 89 kart. Hayden Fraser back down to 4th, and up into 5th is Gabriel Belanca. Simon Gillam back in 11th place, but he's put in the metal to the pedal, or the pedal to the metal. 48.9, quickest man on the track at this point in time. So young Maguire continues to lead. He's got about a 4 kart lead over the 23 kart of Josh Healy. Ash Morrissey right on his tail, then Hayden Fraser. Back to the 12 kart of Gabriel Belanca. Rounds out your top 5. Up the hill they go. Back onto the main straightaway. 1 lap to go as young Maguire continues to hang on to his lead, and I think he's got enough territory between himself and Josh Healy in the 23 kart to be able to take up the win in X30 Light Heat 2. Josh Healy making a late charge, but I think it's probably just a little bit too late as the checkered flag comes out for Hugh Maguire. Then back to Josh Healy, Ash Morrissey, Hayden Fraser rounding at the top 5 is the 12 kart of Gabriel Belanca. 77 cart of Bo Casagrande, Jay Kostecki in the 58 cart. This is Jay's first season go-kart racing, and I can tell you what, he's put in some fantastic performances thus far. The 97 cart of Valentino Giorgiagella, Anika Hurd in the 18 cart, the 22 cart of Taj McDonald and Joshua Panizza in the number 9 cart. Now Panizza is a name that's familiar with karting in Western Australia. Panizza family been involved in karting for a number of years, and good to see another young charger coming through. Boys and girls just getting themselves lined up now as they come around the back of the circuit and up the hill looking for a start this time. And they charge down the hill, and it's Connor Meyer that leads them into the turn one for the first time. Young Jay Kostecki making a bit of a move now up to third place. And it was Kostecki and Casagrande who had a terrific battle in Heat 1. Connor Meyer leads him around the top end of the circuit and up the hill. Onto the main straightaway. Number 3 card of Chase Saxfield in second, Jay Kostecki in third, Bo Casagrande in fourth, Valentino Giorgiagella in the number 97 card, also a P-play driver, so he's doing very well at this point in time. But it's going to be on, I think, between the number 3 card of Chase and the 58 card of Jay Kostecki. Both trading about the same time. But Connor Meyer continues to lead with a 55.4. Chase Saxfield with a 55.8. Jay Kostecki with a 56.1. But young Chase is now the fastest kid out in the circuit with a 57.8. 1-2. Jay Kostecki, Bo Casagrande, Valentino Giorgiagella, then back to Anika Hurd, Josh Panizza and Taj McDonald taking out the top 8. Cockburn International Kartway looking in very good condition. Grass is nice and green, well manicured, and honestly, I believe this is one of the best circuits in Australia. I've been lucky enough to have travelled around most of them in the country. Probably my favourite track over east would be Todd Road. So if anybody in the next couple of years, once the COVID conditions start to calm down a bit, go over and do the City of Melbourne titles, usually a very big meeting, and you get to race against the country's best. Also, hopefully, once air borders come down, we might be able to invite a few of the Eastern State drivers over to the west to compete in some of their bigger meetings, like the City of Perth Titles, King of the Hill up at Wandowie, and of course the Dash for Cash at Kalgoorlie, which is on next month. And a date you really should put in your calendars because that is an absolute fantastic meeting. But back here at the City of Perth Titles, Connor Meyer continues to lead in the 43 cart. The 3 cart of Chase Saxfield in the 3 cart, Jay Kosticki in the 58 cart, the 77 cart of Bo Casagrande, Valentino Giorgiagella in the number 97 cart, Anika Hurd in the 18 cart, Josh Panizza the 9 cart, and Taj McDonald in the number 22 cart. Three laps to go and the boys have got themselves spread out a fair bit now. Connor Meyer is dictating the race from the lead in the 43 cart. Then back to the 3 cart of Chase Saxfield, 58 cart of Jay Kosticki, Bo Casagrande in the 77 cart, rounding out the top 5, Valentino Giorgiagella. Bit of dueling going on at the back of the pack between Josh Panizza and Taj McDonald. Connor Meyer leads our Cadet 9 Heat 2 as he comes up the hill back onto the main straightaway with 1 lap left to go. And he's got himself a fairly handy lead over the 3 cart of Chase Saxfield, Jay Kosticki in the 58 cart. The 77 cart of Bo Casagrande, the 97 cart of Valentino Giorgiagella, Anika Hurd in the 18 cart, Josh Panizza the 9 cart, and the 22 cart of Taj McDonald, which is probably the way they're going to finish. But dictating Cadet 9 Heat 2 is the 43 cart of Connor Meyer. He brings the pack around into pit entry for the last time. Looking very controlled as he comes around the top of the circuit and up the hill. Careful not just to put a wheel off into the rubble over there. You can soon rip a chain off, but he takes a checkered flag over the number 3 cart of Chase Saxfield, then back to Jay Kosticki in the 58 cart, Bo Casagrande in the 77 cart, and rounding out your top 5, the 97 cart of Valentino Giorgiagella. KA4 Junior Championship Heat 2. The 22 card of Connor Payne, Connor Radford in the 21 card, Jackson Mitchell Rosenau in the 88 card, the 76 card of Lachlan Clee, Jackson Curtis the 29 card, Noah Bryan in the 11 card, Mason Wolziak in the number 94 card, Nate Somerville in the 18 card, Jack McDonald in the 83 card, the 77 card of Jet James, Aidan Temporary in the 13 card, the 15 card of Blake Carboni, the 54 card of Christian Politano, and Todd Vince in the 17 card, Chloe Summers back in 15th place in the 79 card, also on P-plates. So it's good to see some of these juniors coming through the ranks. Payne, Radford, Mitchell, Rosenau, Clee and Curtis are your top five as they come up the hill looking for a start this time. And they are away and racing as they thunder down into the left-hand corner. Bit of a tricky one. You've got to be very careful you don't get out too wide, otherwise you're going to lose a lot of places, which looks like one of our bet markers did do. Very dusty up there and not a lot of traction. But out in front, Connor Payne, he's not worried about any traction. He's out in the lead. Over Connor Radford, Jackson Mitchell, Rosenau, Lockie Lee, Jackson Curtis. As they sweep around the circuit up to the pit entry. Fair bit going on in the middle of the pack, bit of bumping and shunting, but nothing too serious. As they come down past the start box for the first time, Connor Payne still leads in a 22 cart. The 88 cart of Jackson Mitchell Rosenau up to second place. Down into third place is Connor Radford in the 21 cart. Jackson Curtis in the 29 cart's come up one place. And the 76 card of Lockie Lee rounds out your top five. Connor Payne, the quickest card out on the circuit at the moment with a 55.3. The 88 card of Jackson Mitchell Rosenau, 55.5. Connor Radford of 55.6. They're the only three boys in the 55s at the moment. Jackson Curtis in a 29 card though, just outside with a 56.09. Then back to Lachlan Clee in the 76 car with a 56.1. And then from 5th right down to 11th, there is absolutely nothing between them. Top three are broken away from the rest of the pack now. Connor Payne continues to be the quickest on the circuit in the 22 kart, and that kart is handling absolutely like it's on a rail. The 88 kart of Jackson Mitchell Rosenhau, 3 kart of Connor Radford, Jackson Curtis still in the 55s, as is the 76 kart of Lachlan Clee. Jeff McDonald in the 83 kart, round out your top half a dozen. The KA4 Junior proudly sponsored by Sageland Property and Maintenance. And without our sponsors, we won't be able to put on the amount of prize money that we are putting on this weekend. Or when I say we, I mean the Tiger Kart Club, who have been proudly sponsored by Discovery Parks for the City of Perth Titles 2021. And of course, City of Perth Titles has been going for a number of years now, on and off, racing between here and our other international circuit up at Wanneroo. So Connor Payne continues to put in the fastest lap times, 54.7 over Jackson Mitchell Rosenau on the 88 kart. The 21 kart of Connor Radford, Jackson Curtis in the 29 kart. The top 5 ran out by Lockie Clee in the 76 kart. Then a bit of a drop off to the other boys. Nate Somerville, Jet James, Noah Bryan, Aidan Tempany, Blake Carboni, Christian Pulatano, Todd Vince and Chloe Summers. Just a couple of laps left to go as Connor Payne sweeps up to the pit exit. And that kart is handling absolutely brilliantly. And the young bloke is driving it just as well. He's got everything well under control as he comes down to pit re-entry. Up the hill onto the main straightaway. Just one lap left to go. The last lap board has come out for Connor Payne. Connor Radford now the quickest out on the circuit in the 21 kart with a 54.7. And really there is, in time-wise, nothing between the top 3. Although Connor Payne has done enough to establish a bit of a gap between himself and the 88 kart of Jackson Mitchell Rosenhau. Connor Radford in the 21 kart, the 76 kart of Lachlan Clee, and Jackson Curtis rounding at your top 5 in the 29 kart. But a well-controlled race by Connor Payne as he comes around the top end of the circuit and up the hill for the last time. Onto the main straightaway. He will take the checkered flag over the 88 kart of Jackson Mitchell Rosenhau. Then back to Connor Radford in the number 21 kart, the 76 kart of Lockie Clee, and the 29 kart of Jackson Curtis. Masters qualifier. He's on pole position. Right next to him, the 31 card of Kip Foster. The old man himself, the 92 card, Shane McPherson. Then back to the 38 card of Richard Deckers. 78 card of Adam Gandossi. I was just speaking to Adam a little while ago. I've known him since he was racing in rookies and juniors, and now he's racing masters. Unbelievable where the time has gone. The 7 card of Anthony Higgs. Good to see Higgsy back in a go-kart. Of course, back in the days of super heavies, he was a state and national champion. The 36 card of Ian Shaw. Graham Westling in the 28 card. Lloyd Nicholson in the 29 card. Benjamin Bondin in the 12 card. Johnny Hill in the 6 card. John Harvey, the 27 card, and Paul Batty in the number 14 card. At least that's the names that I remember in this particular group. Kip Foster, of course, multiple state champion, multiple national champion, world champion, and now racing Masters 125 heavy, or Masters 125. This surely must be the pinnacle of his karting career. McPherson, Deckers, Gandossi, Higgs, Ian Shaw, Graham Westling, Nicholson, Benjamin Bondin, Johnny Hill, Johnny Harvey and Paul Batty. All been around the traps for quite a number of years now. They are away and racing as they thunder down the hill for the first time. McPherson looking for a move up the inside of Kip Foster. Can't quite, yes he did make, no he didn't, sorry. Just trying to make that move stick, didn't quite come off. Got to be pretty good to get past the wily old fox of Foster. Easily picked out there by the orange-reddish helmet. Nathan Tyrrell in the number 79 card. Going to have his hands full this time with Foster and McPherson right on his tail. Then back to Deckers, Adam Gandossi. Nice move there from the 92 card of Shane McPherson. Can he make his stick? I think he should be able to this time around as he moves himself up into second place. Running the ever reliable Cosmic chassis, of course. It might be an old one, but it's certainly a good one. Nathan Tyrrell in the 79 card. Kip Foster now back down into third place. Adam Gandossi up to fourth place. Graham Wrestling up to fifth place. Top three all lapping within about 2/10 of each other. Shane McPherson now puts in the quickest time of a 50.087 over Nathan Tyrrell, who continues to lead with a 50.1. Foster with a 50.2, Gandossi with a 50.3, and Graham Wrestling with a 50.5. But the quickest man on the track, Shane McPherson, of course, knows his way around this circuit blindfolded. Been racing now for a number of years, and this is his home track. Of course, he still works here for Mega Fast Karts. But this particular class, Tag 125 Masters, appropriately sponsored by Flora Plant. Probably all a bunch of flowers out there. But they're putting on a pretty good show. McPherson just about a tenth quicker than Nathan Tyrrell out in the lead. Kip Foster back there in third place. Just dropped off a little bit there from the two at the front end. And Gandossi now. Gando's one to watch. He also has been around karting for a number of years now. And as a junior, this was his track. course, young Adam proudly sponsored by the Gandossi Group, which basically consists of his father, Johnny. Always top value, always good for a laugh, and absolutely passionate about his motorsport. But out in the lead, Nathan Tyrrell is doing the job over Shane McPherson, who continues to be the fastest man on the circuit. Top three are broken away, and Kip Foster now is the quickest man out there with a 49.5. Just getting the kart to come on midway through the heat, but only 3 laps to go, so he's got a fair bit of work to do if he wants to improve his position. Gandossi wrestling Bondin and Deckers round out your top 7. Anthony Higgs in the 7 kart, then Lloyd Nicholson, Johnny Harvey, John Hill, Ian Shaw, and rounding up the top 13 in the 14 kart is Paul Batty. Just a couple of laps left to go as Nathan Tyrrell leads them down the hill. Looking very controlled as he comes around pit exit in the 79 kart. Then back to Shane McPherson in the 92 kart. Kip Foster, the 31 kart, and Gandossi, the 78 kart. Then top 5, the 28 kart of Graham Westling. Up the hill one more time for Nathan Tyrrell. With 1 lap left to go now, the last lap board has come out. McPherson, Foster, Gandossi and Wrestling still remain your top 5. And I would say that this is the way that they are going to finish. Arrow chassis driven by Nathan Tyrrell. Out of the flat out camp. Shane McPherson does his own thing. Kip Foster out of the KF kart. And just biding his time. He'll make an adjustment or two to the kart to come out to the finals and take it up to the leaders. You can bet your dollar on that. But Nathan Tyrrell will take out the win in the 79 kart. Then back to Shane McPherson, Kip Foster, Adam Gandossi, and the 28 kart of Graham Wrestling rounds out your top 5. we now have our KA2 out on the circuit, only 8 of them. But Sebastian Guest in the 45 kart, the 41 kart of James Machucci Allen, Nicholas Staddy in the 15 kart, Dylan Guest the 50 kart, the 22 kart of Alexander Stefanovic, Jack Webster in the 93 kart, Jack Parnham in the 97 kart, and Zane Rhodes in the number 26 kart. I must say that KA2 is not a class that I am particularly familiar with. I know that they are all running the Vortex engine. And it all looks fairly comparative time-wise as from the first heat. Maybe Sebastian Guest and James Machucci Allen were the 2 quickest, but then from 3rd place down to 8th place there was really nothing in it whatsoever. Coming up the hill onto the main straightaway, they're going to get a start this time by the looks of it, I'd say, as they charge down the hill for the first time. Sebastian Guest, oh, there's a bit of umping and bumping going on in the middle of the pack there. The boys need to sort themselves out. We've lost, I think that was James Machucci Allen in the 41 kart. I'm not 100% sure, but he's got turned around. Well, maybe it wasn't James, but a bit difficult to see on the screen up here. But that is one of the things you need to look out for going anti-clockwise here at the Cockburn International Kart track. It can get a bit ugly down there in turn 1 if you're not careful. Alexander Stefanovic, he probably got the best deal out of that. He's up in the 1st place now. Sebastian Guest back into 2nd. James Machucci Allen in 3rd. Then back to Dylan Guest, Nicholas Stutty, Zane Rhodes, Jack Webster and Jack Parnham round out your top 8. KA2 proudly sponsored by All Good Racing. Of course, All Good have got their trailer loaded full of parts over there in the pits. If you need anything special, just go along and see what they got. They might be able to help you out, get you back on the track. But Sebastian Guest now puts in the quickest time over the 41 kart of James Machucci Allen. Dylan Guest in the 50 kart, Nicholas Stutty in the number 15 kart, Jack Webster the 5 kart, the 26 kart of Zane Rose, the 22 kart of Alexander Stefanovic, and Jack Parnham in the number 97 kart. Unfortunately, due to that bit of a skirmish in turn 1, lap 1, we've got the field spread out a little bit. Sebastian Guest doing a good job out there in the 45 kart. James Machucci Allen in the 41 kart. Nothing in time was between the top 4. Dylan Guest in the 50 kart, the 15 kart of Nicholas Stutty. And then back to the top 5 is the 93 kart of Jack Webster. Jack Parnham, unfortunately, the 97 kart seems to have parked it up somewhere. Or come back into the pits. Sebastian Guest continues to lead and putting in the quickest times in the 45 cut, the 41 cut of James Machucci Allen. Then back to the 50 cut of Dylan Guest and the 15 cut of Nicholas Stati. Jack Webster back there in the 93 cut zone. Rose the 26 cut, the 22 cut of Alexander Stefanovic. And we've only got the top 7 remaining. Good to see a few of the boys travelling down from Hurricane, up from Bunbury. We got Bunbury, as I said, being supported, Midwest Kart Club. So it's great to see that people are travelling to race meetings, and it's a great time to be able to spend with your child. Some of the best years in karting are when they are when the kids are in the junior classes, because once they get to 17, 18, 19, 20, they're going to find other things to do. But at the end of the day, karting will always be here. They can always come back, and we've had a few of the boys come back this weekend. Jesse Elliott, Brendan Maggery, just to name a couple. And my young bloke racing, Jason Lecoq, he's going to come back next year into the KZ class. So I'm looking forward to that. Of course, the beauty is that once they do their apprenticeships and get their jobs as a tradesman, they can then pay for their own karting. And the old man becomes secondary to the whole. He's allowed to oil the change and maybe check the tyre pressures, and that's about it these days. But out here in our KA2 with 1 lap left to go, Sebastian Guest continues to lead over James Machucci, Alan Dillon Guest, Nicholas Studdy, and rounding up the top 5 is Jack Webster. The checkered flag comes out for Sebastian Guest. Then back to James Machucci, Alan Dillon Guest, Nicholas Studdy, Jack Webster, Zane Rhodes in the 26 cut, Alexander Stefanovic rounds out the top 7. Champion in this class, and also one of the people who were instrumental in keeping this class going when a couple of years ago it looked like it was going to die. But it was thanks to the like of Dan Curry, Aidan Patrizzi, and a few of the other boys kept it going to where it is now, back to the premier class in Western Australian karting. Tommy Sparks, the 21 kart. Jake Claridge, also a past champion in the 95 kart. The 60 kart of Riley Traeger, the 97 kart. Bailey Mickler, Ryan Bender in the number 6 kart. The 7 kart of Gianluca, yes, in the number 7 kart. Scott Mackay in the number 15 kart. Okay, I'll wing it. Should be right, mate. Papa Sergio continues to lead in the 77 card. Jaden Pearce in the 18 card. Simon Gwillam, the 12 card. The 95 card of Jake Claridge. The 96 card of Nick Mittick. And Papa Sergio continues to put in fastest lap after fastest lap. So the young man is on a mission this weekend, that's for sure. But as I got to just look after your tyres, make sure that you've got tyres left for the final, because that's when it really counts. And these things do tend to use up the tyres a bit. Young Daniel Curry, he's just giving Sammy Dicker a bit of a I'm on your back door, mate, get a move on. Oh, nice move up the inside of Dicker, but he pulls out again. Now it's really on between these two. Sammy Dicker just taking a little bit of a defensive line as he comes around the top of the hill onto the main straightaway. Down the hill they come, changing down through the gears, bang, bang, bang. 6-speed sequential gearboxes. The time you get into top gear, it's time to come back down into 4th or 3rd gear to take it into turn 1. But out in front, Papa Sergio doing a fantastic job in the 77 cart. Jaden Pearce in the 18 cart having a top weekend. Jake Claridge in the number 95 cart. Now he'd be pretty happy with 3rd place at this point in time over Simon Gwillam. Nick Mittick and Sam Dicker, because Claridge had a dirty weekend up at Wundowie a few weeks ago at the King of the Hill, where he lost a lot of points due to some fairly ambitious driving by others, I might add. So he's playing catch up, but he's got a pretty tall order on his hands. I'm not so sure that he can actually take the championship away from Dicker unless Sammy doesn't finish the next 2 heats, and I doubt that's going to happen. He's driving for a championship, so he's going to be a little bit careful. Still going strong is the 50 card of Luca Nietzsche. Bailey Mickler in the 97 card, always a hard charger. Caleb Sumage in the 14 card. Tommy Sparks, another hard charger in the 21 card. And as I said before, there is nothing between the top 15 in this class. It might look a bit different on the track, I know that. Champ anyway. Oh, you're always smiling. It's all a facade, is it?
I think so. Actually, it's been a couple of weeks ago, so
Just bringing them around the top end of the track up the hill onto the main straightaway. We're looking for a start this time. Kevin Norman, Bree Rose, Josh Byrne and Zach Needham. Your first two rows. They are away and racing as they come thundering down the hill for the first time into the left-hander. Oh, a few of the boys have gone wild, but most of them have got round. Good field of 15 carts in senior KA3 Senior Championship Heat 3. Kevin Norman leads them in the 73 cart. So come around pit re-entry up to the back of the circuit and up the hill on the Lamay straightaway for the first time. All the boys and girls have got nicely through. But Bree Roset is in the lead in the 20 cart. Josh Byrne in the 86 cart, the 73 cart of Kevin Norman. Then back to the 62 cart of Mason Fraser, the top five, rounded out by Michael Jones in the 40 cart. So young Bree Rhodes in the 20 cart, very accomplished young driver. I've been watching her over the last few years in this class. I do get to some meetings where I like to have a look at some of the more professional type looking classes, shall we say. And she continues to lead in the 20 cart. Josh Byrne in the 86 cart, the fastest man on the track at the moment. Ooh, a bit of a push and shove and just make my way through there, said Joshua Byrne. Thank you very much for coming. I think Bree Rhodes was fairly considerate there. Oh no, she's left the door open again. This time Kevin Norman slips up the inside. He's the quickest man on the circuit at this point in time. And Kevin just says thank you very much for letting me through. And that was a bit of professionalism there from both drivers. And that's what I said before. That's why I like watching these classes, a bit of respect between each other out there on the circuit. If you know you're not quite that fast, just a little bit off the pace, just let somebody come through instead of them having to get a bit impatient and barge their way through, which sometimes does happen. But not in KA3 Senior Championship Heat 3. Josh Byrne continues to lead in the number 86 cart. Now Zach Needham back in sixth place in the 28 cart. He's just dialed in the fastest time. And really there is nothing between the top six time-wise. Joshua Byrne, Kevin Norman, Bree Rhodes, Mason Fraser, Michael Jones, Zach Needham. Then back to the 33 cart of Aidan Deckers. The 32 cart of Julio Salvador. Robbie West in the 9 cart, the 57 cart of Joel Wheeler. Memphis Knowles in the 3 cart. Trenna Mann in the 27 cart, the 2 cart of Bailey Reynolds Stephen. Simon May in the 36 cart and Callum Milligan in the 14 cart. Kevin Norman now, he's our quickest man on the circuit with a 51.5. 4-1 over Josh Byrne with a 51.594. Then back to Bree Rhodes with a 51.6. Mason Fraser with a 51.6, and just as I'm speaking, Bree Rhodes puts in the fastest time with a 51.429. So there's nothing between her and Kevin Norman at this point in time. Just needs to keep it nice and clean and keep it in the groove. and she'll be on the rear end of Kevin Norman, I would say in about 1 lap's time, but then of course trying to get past is going to be another matter altogether. That battle pack of the top 6 drivers, nothing in it whatsoever. Good, even racing between these boys and girls. KA3 Senior Championship Heat 3. Proudly sponsored, of course, by T&N Sheet Metal. Of course, Chrissy Mitchell told us all about T&N Sheet Metal earlier on in the day, and he will be back tomorrow to continue with his commentary, but he's got a gig over at the Speedway this evening at the Powerpalooza, which is something that he's been hoping for a little while now. So I'm happy for Chris that he's been able to finally break into Speedway, and hopefully they will use him throughout the season. Of course, Chrissy's been around motor racing, I would say, just about all of his life. He started off as a rookie, and he wasn't what you might call a natural driver. He had to work very hard at it, and he did get there in the end and became one of the top junior drivers in the state. Now, Kevin Reynolds has been getting quicker and quicker, and finally got himself back up into first place over Josh Byrne in the 86 kart. And again, some very fair racing out of the front. Bree Rose now coming under a little bit of pressure from Mason Fraser and Michael Jones. Then back to Zach Needham in the 28 kart, Aidan Deckers the 33 kart, Dulio Salvador in the 32 kart, the 9 karter Robbie West, Joel Wheeler in the 57 kart, the 27 kart of Trenna Mann, Bailey Reynolds Stephen in the 2 kart, the 36 kart of Simon May, Callum Milligan in the 14 kart and the 3 kart of Memphis Knowles. One lap left to go for Kevin Norman. And it's getting very, very squeezy up the front between between Mason Fraser and Michael Jones trading places. Bree Rhodes got caught up in the middle of that too, got shuffled back a little bit. Bit of a shame because she's going very well before, but just dropped off the pace. But somebody who hasn't dropped off the pace is Kevin Norman in the 73 kart. Got shoveled backwards and sideways at lap 1, but has worked his way back up the hill onto the main straightaway, and he will take the checkered flag over Joshua Byrne in second place, then back to Michael Jones in the 40 kart. Bree Rhodes hang on for fourth place, and rounding at the top 5, the 62 kart of Mason Fraser. Tag 125, restricted combined. Tommy Boucher, the 18 card. Cooper Cuts in the 16 cart. The 2 cart of Daniel McMahon, a P-plate driver, out of third. The 19 cart of Aris Premise. Bradley Van Rompuy in the 5 cart. Peter Tenbrucke, the 96 cart. You know, there's a bit of history between the Van Rompuys and the Tenbruckes, and that is that they are very good mates indeed, and I'm very happy and pleased to see them all racing back together. The 99 cart of Brock Durden, Cosimo Vozza in the 6 cart, Nathan Lee in the 66 cart, Chantel Hall the 68 cart, Brandon Sickers in the 94 cart, Adam Owens in the 88 cart, Reese Austin in the 69 cart, the 77 cart of Jacob Pulitano, Mark Hearn in the 36 cart. Then we're going to go back to Greg Van Rompuy rather in the 7 cart, Shane Devine in the number 3 cart, the 23 cart of Jamie Taylor, Richard Reynolds in the 45 cart, and Julian Rosevear back there in the 11 cart. Now the Van Rompuys and the Tenbruckes have been racing at the Tiger Car Club for many, many years. And a little bit about that later on, but they're going to get ready for a start as they come down the hill for the first time looking for a start. I would say that they have got the start. They come down into the turn 1 for the first time. Just need to be a little bit careful, and they've all negotiated turn 1 and turn 2 successfully. Oh, somebody's gone a bit bush there. And that's what you've got to be very careful of. If you put your right-hand wheel off into the scrub, you're going to lose a chain or bend a sprocket. But a very even field of restricted combine, using the Tag 125 engines, of course. And looks like it's Tommy Boucher in the 18 cart. Takes him up the hill for the first time. Down across the main straightaway, Cooper Cuts in the 16 cart. Daniel McMahon in the 2 cart. The 19 cart of Aaron Primus. The 96 cart of Pete Tenbrucke. Boucher's opening up a little bit of a lead over Cooper Cuts in the 16 cart. But then right behind him is Daniel McMahon in the 2 cart on P-plate. So I'm not too sure where Daniel's come from. But he's certainly not a beginner, that I can tell you. Tommy Boucher now puts in the quickest time of a 52.4. And then back down to Aaron Primus in the 19 cart, the 96 cart of Pete Tenbrucke. Cosimo Vozza in the 6 cart, the 99 cart of Brock Durden. Bradley Van Rompuy got shoveled backwards a little bit. He's back there in 8th place. In the 88 cart of Adam Owens, Nathan Lee in the 66 cart. Rounds out your top 10. Of course, our Tag 125 restricted combined are proudly sponsored by Lighting International. So for all your external and internal lighting needs, drop along and see the people at Lighting International. We really should promote the people who promote karting, and where we can buy their products from them. But it's young Tommy Boucher He's shown a clean pair of heels to the rest of the pack. He's leading up there with a 51.8 and the only driver in the 51s. Then back to Cooper Cutts in the 16 kart, the 2 kart of Daniel McMahon. Aaron Primus in the 19 kart. Pete Denbrook hanging on to 5th place tenaciously, I might add. Brock Durden in the 99 kart. Brad Van Rompuy beginning to extract the digit now and got himself back up to 7th place. So good to see Brad come back racing. He used to race as a junior. And of course his father, Greg, was a past state champion here at the Cockburn International Raceway back in the mid-2000s, back in the days of Clubman Heavy. A very accomplished driver and very hard to get past. But then he had quite a number of years off, making sure that his business was running properly, and has now come back racing. In fact, it was Brad who came back first, and then once Greg was back around a go-kart, he thought, I think I better get back into it myself. So he did, and he's got himself up to 12th place, which is a pretty good achievement in a fairly close-cut field like we got here in Tag 125 restricted combined. 5 down and 5 to go. Tommy Boucher is going to take a earthquake, tsunami or a hurricane, not necessarily in that order, to slow him down. Cooper Cutts now coming under a bit of pressure from Daniel McMahon. Then back to the 19 kart of Aaron Primus, the 96 kart of Pete Denbrook, Brock Durden in the 99 kart, and Bradley Van Rompuy in the 5 kart. That's rounding out your top 7. Just 3 laps left to go. The 18 kart of Tommy Boucher. He's got himself a fairly handy little lead over the 2 kart of Damien McMahon, now up to 2nd place. Cooper Cutts in the 16 kart. Aaron Primus in the 19 kart, rounding out the top 5. Peter Denbrook in the number 96 kart. So some old familiar names for me, the Denbrookes, the Van Rompuys. All we need now is for Greg Dicker to come out of retirement and race restricted combined or restricted masters. And then basically as the old clan back together. But between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, there is absolutely nothing in them. 1 lap left to go for Tommy Boucher, who's leading 125 restricted combined. Heat 3. He can park up after this heat, clean his gear, and then go and grab a cold one. But he's done it well. He's looking every bit a winner. Got the cart on a rail. Got that early lead, which is always very handy, and then hasn't put a wheel wrong for the last 9.5 laps. She comes into the pit re-entry for the last time, sweeps around, up onto the far end of the circuit and up the hill. A very well-controlled race from Mr. Belcher. Congratulations. As you come down onto the main straightaway, you will take the checkered flag. Over the 16 cart of Cooper Cuts, Daniel McMahon got shifted back down into third place with the fastest time on the last lap. Aaron Primus on the in the 19 cart, and Peter Tembruke, the 96 cart, leading the top 5. Now, just remind you all again, people, that racing will continue up to and including KA3 Junior today, and then we start tomorrow morning with Cadet 12s at 0800 hours. Arrow Chassis come back to racing after quite a while laid off. He's been concentrating on running his business, which is very pleasing to see. So Jason Betts in his old Cosmic chassis. Has been around for 100 years, but still does a good job. And young racing Jason, I might add, can drive it pretty well. Troy Stones-Clark in the 3 cart, the 27 cart of Lloyd Billick. Benny Harvey, the 72 cart. Jaden Keevil in the 78 cart. Taylor Thomas in the 11 cart. Kim Smith, the 82 cart. Crispin Venema in the 61 cart. And Brenton Magri in the 85 cart. Perfect conditions for racing today. Temperature is just spot on. The track's looking like $1 million. Of course, we had a fair bit of rain, so no reason why the grass shouldn't be green, but our caretaker keeps it very well groomed. And congratulations to her, because, as I said before, the track looks like $1 million. Coming onto the main straightaway fairly slowly. They got the signal to go and they're gone. Nice move there from Lloyd Billick in the 27 cart down into second place. And of course, Lloyd himself, a past state and national champion, so he certainly knows his way around a go-kart. Another one that's taken a bit of time out to concentrate on his business, and why wouldn't you? But Jason Betts in the 77 cart, the 3 cart of Troy Stones-Clark got shoveled back one. Lloyd Billick in second place. The 72 cart of Ben Harvey, Jaden Keevil in the 78 cart, rounding out your top 5. So up the hill on the Le Mans straightaway for the first time. Jason Betts in the 77 cart, the 27 cart of Lloyd Billick. Troy Stones-Clark in the 3 cart, Jaden Keevil in the 78 cart. Taylor Thomas up a place now in the 11 cart. Then back to Benny Harvey. Brendan Magri, he's jumped up a couple of places as well. Kimmy Smith and Crispian Venema. So racing Jason Betts in the 77 cart. Leads Lloyd Billick onto the main straightaway. So they thunder down the hill into the left-hander. Troy Stones-Clark, then Taylor Thomas up in the 4th place already. So they've maybe made a couple of adjustments to Taylor's cart. Certainly put it in the right direction. Brendan Magri, he's circulating at a decent pace as well. He's in the 50s, 50.7. Jason Betts, I just dialed in the quickest time with a 50.1. Billick with a 50.2. Troy Stones-Clark with 50.6. And then time-wise, Brendan Magri with a 50.7. Taylor Thomas in the 51s, but he's getting quicker. We've done 7, so we're 7 laps to go. Jason Betts continues to dial in the quickest times. 49.9. But just as I speak, Brendan Magri, he's just slipped in a 49.92, which is about 1 centimetre millipede quicker than what Jason Betts just put in. Lloyd Billick still in 2nd place, Troy Stones in 3rd. Taylor Thomas back there in 5th. Then Jaden Keever, the 78 cart, Benny Harvey, the 72 cart, the 82 cart of Kim Smith, and the 61 cart of Crispian Venema. But Jason Betts, he's checked out, he's gone. Lloyd Billick in a comfortable 2nd place. Then back to Troy Stones-Clark. Brendan Magri has just put in another fastest time of 49.8. So young Brendan just keeps on putting in quickest times after quickest times. So whatever direction they go on with the kart, bearing in mind it's a brand new kart. Hadn't seen a go-kart track until probably he might have been here yesterday doing some practice. But they got the kart dialed in nicely now. And they'll be hoping for bigger and better things tomorrow. But of course the track conditions will change overnight and into the morning when it's a bit cooler. Jason Betts continues to lead the field of 125 heavy over Lloyd Billick in the 27 car, Troy Stones-Clark in the 3 car. Brendan Magri just keeps on putting in fastest time after fastest time. But with only 3 laps to go, I think he might have left his run just a little bit late. However, we should see him start a bit higher up tomorrow where he can make the use of his speed in the kart. But young racing Jason Betts, how good is he? He's at this kart for a little while now, as I keep on saying. Just the Cosmic chassis obviously suits this track, suits Jason. And there's certainly nothing wrong with a Cosmic. In fact, we used to own one a few years ago in the junior classes and just about won everything there was to win. Brendan Magri now up into third place with another fastest lap of 49.7. But only a couple of laps left to go. I'll tell you what, he's got a bit of time. He might be able to make a move on Billick, who just seems to be dropping off the pace a little bit, whereas Brendan Magri is getting a lot quicker. So the last lap board has come out. There's just one to go here at the International Cockburn Kartway. Jason Betts in the 77 car has led from woe to go. Look at $1 million. Just a matter to see whether or not Lloyd Billick can hang on to second place, because he's got Brendan Magri right on his rear bumper. And he's probably done just enough to take second, but Jason Betts will take the win over Lloyd Billick in the 27 car. Brendan Magri in the 85 car came on really strong towards the end of that heat. Troy Stones-Clark in the 3 car. Taylor Thomas rounds out the top 5 in the Now, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Taylor Thomas is recorded as only having done 9 laps. So I'm not too sure what happened to Taylor. It was Benny Harvey, it was in 5th place, then Jaden Keeble, Kimmy Smith and Crispian Venema in 8th place. KA3 Junior and Dylan Guest has got a handle on this one out there in the 50 cart. The 28 cart of Session Smith Wee. In the 28 cart, the 16 cart of Nash Ferraro. The 72 cart of Cooper Lyle, Ashton Spragg in the 24 cart, rounding out your top 5. And I'll tell you what, there's not a lot between these kids either. Been some fantastic racing here today at the Cockburn International Kartway. In all classes. So don't forget, you need to be here tomorrow morning to start Cadet 12 at 0800 hours. And you won't have to put up with me tomorrow. Chrissy Mitchell will be back after a big night over at the Powerpalooza at the Motorplex tonight. So if you're looking for something to do, you can call into the Motorplex. We've got drag racing one side and we've got Speedway the other side, including sprint cars. And of course, there's a number of karters that have graduated into Speedway. Callum Williamson, AJ Nash, the Priolo boys, but to name a few. Also quite a few of the Dirt boys come into Speedway as well. James Inglis, who is a current national champion out of karting, dirt karting. And that's where these boys and girls can graduate to if they wanted to. This is where they learn their trade. Start at the age of 7 years, and then you can race as long as you want to. I do know that in the past we've had a couple of drivers that got into their late 60s, early 70s that were still racing club day events only, of course. But it's always here for you. As long as you've got 2 arms, 2 legs and a heartbeat, you can come karting. And as they say, or as the great Ayrton Senna once said, karting is the most purest form of motorsport there is. So it doesn't come much more highly recommended than that, let me tell you. Dylan Guest, though, he's been the boy to beat all weekend in the KA3 Junior. The 28 cart of Session Smith Wee, then back to Nash Ferraro in the 16 cart Cooper Lyle, in the 72 cart Ashton Spragg, in the number 24 cart. Then back to Zane Rhodes in the 26 cart, Toby Maiolo in the 7 cart, another Speedway family of course. Kay Bell the 75 cart, the 10 cart of Nicholas Smith, Chase Wildman in the 77 cart, Mitch Campbell the 98 cart, Lockie Adams in the 14 cart, the 97 cart of Jack Parnham, and Ethan Traeger back there in the 63 cart. And at the back of the pack we have Tyson Sadler in the 36 cart. Couple of laps left to go. Dylan Guest first. And has got a fair bit of territory between him and the 28 cart of Session Smith Wee. Then back to the 16 cart of Nash Ferraro. Cooper Lyle, the 72 cart, rounding out the top 5. The 24 cart of Ashton Spragg. Checker flag comes out for Dylan Guest. Over the 28 cart of Session Smith Wee, then Nash Ferraro, Cooper Lyle in the 72 cart, rounding out the top 5, the 24 cart of Ashton Spragg.